Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Chapter 1. Dudley Demented. The hottest day of the summer so far was drawing to a close, and a drowsy silence lay over the large square houses of Privet Drive. Cars that were usually gleaming stood dusty in their drives, and lawns that were once emerald green lay parched and yellowing, for the use of hose pipes being banned due to drought. Deprived of their usual car washing and lawn mowing pursuits, the inhabitants of Privet Drive had retreated into the shade of their cool houses, windows thrown wide in the hope of tempting a non-existent breeze. The only person left outdoors was a teenage boy who was lying flat on his back in a flower bed outside number 4. He was a skinny, black-haired, bespectacled boy who had the pinched, slightly unhealthy look of someone who has grown a lot in a short space of time. His jeans were torn and dirty, his t-shirt baggy and faded, and the soles of his trainers were peeling away from the uppers. Harry Potter's appearance did not endear him to the neighbours, who were the sort of people who thought scruffiness ought to be punishable by law. But as he had hidden himself behind a large hydrangea bush this evening, he was quite invisible to passers-by. In fact, the only way he would be spotted was as if Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia stuck their heads out of the living room window and looked straight down into the flower bed below. On the whole, Harry thought he was to be congratulated on his idea of hiding here. He was not perhaps very comfortable lying on the hot, hard earth, but, on the other hand, nobody was glaring at him, grinding their teeth so loudly that he could not hear the news, or shooting nasty questions at him, as had happened every time he had tried sitting down in the living room to watch television with his aunt and uncle. Almost as though this thought had fluttered through the open window, Vernon Dursley, Harry's uncle, suddenly spoke. "Glad to see the boys stopped trying to butt in. Where is he, anyway?" "I don't know," said Aunt Petunia, unconcerned. "Not in the house." Uncle Vernon
I hope you're doing well.
"Watching the news," he said scathingly. "I'd like to know what he's really up to. As if a normal boy cares what's on the news. Dudley hasn't got a clue what's going on. Doubt he knows who the Prime Minister is, anyway. It's not as if there'd be anything about his lot on our news." "Vernon, shush," said Aunt Petunia. "The window's open." "Oh, yes, sorry, dear." The Dursleys fell silent. Harry listened to a jingle about fruit and brown breakfast cereal, while he watched Mrs. Figg, a batty cat-loving old lady from nearby Wisteria Walk, amble slowly past. She was frowning and muttering to herself. Harry was very pleased he was concealed behind the bush, as Mrs. Figg had recently taken to asking him around for tea whenever she met him in the street. She had rounded the corner and vanished from view before Uncle Vernon's voice floated out of the window again. "Dudda's out for tea?" "At the Poultices," said Aunt Petunia fondly. "He's got so many little friends. He's so popular." Harry suppressed a snort with difficulty. The Dursleys really were astonishingly stupid about their son Dudley. They had swallowed all his dim-witted lies about having tea with a different member of his gang every night of the summer holidays. Harry knew perfectly well that Dudley had not been to tea anywhere. He and his gang spent every evening
Hope you're doing well, though. Hope everything's going good.
And throwing stones at passing cars and children. Harry had seen them at
work treat you.
Evening walks around
Feeling all right, my friend?
He'd spent most of the holidays wandering the streets, scavenging
Work was difficult. It was okay. It was just a pain in the ass. I would say that's the biggest way to explain. Today is fine, I guess. If you don't mind a big old pain in the ass. It was just me cleaning up the bottom fucking shelf of the meat department. It's because I asked for extra hours because they only gave me 30 hours and I'm like, there's no fucking way that I can pay for everything with just 30 hours. I need at least 35 hours to fucking survive. So I was like, hey, could you put me on the schedule for something? If you can't, I'll just ask another department and beg. And then I was asked by another department today that, hey, do you want, you really led that team the other night. And I was like, thank you so much. And he was talking about when I was over at the deli that I led his team and taught them the ropes and everything like that. And I took up the mantle of leader of, and they're like, have you ever thought about being a manager? I'm like, that'd be great. You don't even give me 40 hours. So, you know, when you give me 40 hours, we can talk about management. He's like, you're not full-time? And I'm like, no, I have not been full-time. Yeah, at least I have the hours. At least I have 35 hours. Ha ha ha. Part-time management is the way to go, in my opinion. Part-time and managing, oh yeah. Part-time manager. Fuck management. Oh yeah. The days you're not management are the chill days. Fuck management. Yeah, fuck management. He's like, you have such great leadership skills. You really took charge. That's what I heard, and I was like, yeah, that's great. I took charge because I wanted to get out of there. Like, I was very honest with him. He's like, so what else did you want? And he's like, I was like, I would like more money. He's like, manager will get you there. And personally, I don't want to have to drive all the way over here every single fucking day. Because I live in Moody, and it's a 30-minute drive, 70 miles per hour to get there. Ugh. That does sound amazing. I mean, fuck traffic, but also, that still sounds good. But there's so many fucking idiots there. Like, there's some wonderful people, and there's some fucking idiots. And so, cleaning the meat, where the lunch meat is, you gotta take off the lunch meat, and then you gotta wipe down everything, and then you put it back where it's supposed to be. And it's a whole long list of shit. Oh yeah. Delivery driving is fun if they have a car available. But it fucking destroys your car. That's the problem. Like, that's the one thing that I'm like, I can't do it. Oh yeah. Like, oh, they really discredit you when the car comes up too. Where do you think my engine went, a-hole? That's such a mood, though. It is. Oh man. God damn it, Nightbot. You're always on fucking point sometimes. It's scary how on point you are. Damn ask. Goddamn fur. Lol, the censor. Yeah. I hope he's doing well. Him and Pixel, I hope they're doing okay. I didn't look at the messages or anything like that from them. I should look at that. I should go to their channel and check up on them. Make sure they're okay. Because it's the right thing to do. You should always make sure your friends are okay. Oh, I'm live. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see. Announcements. I don't know. She hasn't said anything today, so yeah. She might just not be live today. Nightbot is a bit groggy. Sometimes Nightbot is a bit groggy. Tell you a secret, if 8-Ball seems out of sync, keep asking it burner questions until it gets in the zone. That word, I don't think you know what it means. What's up with the wood pixel? Fine, sometimes you're a little shit. Okay, Chandler. Thank you for letting us know that you make jokes when you're uncomfortable. That's great.
Newspapers from bins along the way. The opening notes of the music that heralded the 7 o'clock news reached Harry's ears, and his stomach turned over. Perhaps tonight, after a month of waiting, would be the night. Record numbers of stranded holidaymakers fill airports as the Spanish baggage handler strike reaches its second week. Give 'em a lifelong siesta, I would, snarled Uncle Vernon over the end of the newsreader's sentence. But no matter. Outside in the flower bed, Harry's stomach seemed to unclench. If anything had happened, it would surely have been the first item on the news. Death and destruction were more important than stranded holidaymakers. He let out a long, slow breath and stared up at the brilliant blue sky. Every day this summer had been the same. The tension, the expectation, the temporary relief, and then mounting tension again, and always growing more insistent all the time, the question of why nothing had happened yet. He kept listening just in case there was some small clue, not recognised for what it really was by the Muggles, an unexplained disappearance, perhaps, or some strange accident. But the baggage handler strike was followed by news about the drought in the southeast. I hope he's listening next door, bellowed Uncle Vernon, him with his sprinklers on at 3 a.m. Then a helicopter that had almost crashed in a field in Surrey. Then a famous actress's divorce from her famous husband. As if we're interested in their sordid affairs, sniffed Aunt Petunia, who had followed the case obsessively in every magazine she could lay her bony hands on.
There you
Harry
go.
closed his eyes against the
Hey,
now blazing
board.
evening sky, as the newsreader said, and finally, Bungy the Budgie has found a novel way of keeping cool this summer. Bungy, who lives at the Five Feathers in Barnsley, has learned to water ski. Mary Dawkins went to find out more. Harry opened his eyes. If they had reached water-skiing budgerigars, there would be nothing else worth hearing. He rolled cautiously onto his front and raised himself onto his knees and elbows, preparing to crawl out from under the window.
Thanks for not giving up on your dreams and keeping moving. I know sometimes it sucks, but you do really good work. I try.
A cat streaked out
I don't
under a
think I
parked
do,
car and
but
flew out
I
of sight.
try.
A shriek, a bellowed oath, and the sound of breaking china came from the Dursleys' living room, and as though this was the signal Harry had been waiting for, he jumped to his feet, at the same time pulling from the waistband of his jeans a thin wooden wand, as if he was unsheathing a sword. But before he could draw himself up to full height, the top of the head collided with the Dursleys' open window. The resultant crash made Aunt Petunia scream even louder. Harry felt as though he had been split in two. Eyes streaming, he swayed, trying to focus on the street to spot the source of the noise. But he barely staggered upright when two large purple hands reached through the open window and closed tightly around his throat. "Put it away!" Uncle Vernon snarled into Harry's ear. "Now, before anyone sees!" "Get off me!" Harry gasped. For a few seconds they struggled, Harry pulling at his uncle's sausage-like fingers with his left hand, his right maintaining a firm grip on his raised wand. Then, as the pain in the top of Harry's head gave a particularly nasty throb, Uncle Vernon yelped and released Harry as though he had received an electric shock. Some invisible force seemed to have surged through his nephew, making him impossible to hold. Panting, Harry fell forwards over the hydrangea bush, straightened up, and stared around. There was no sign of what had caused the loud cracking noise, but there were several faces peering through various nearby windows. Harry stuffed his wand hastily back into his jeans and tried to look innocent. "Lovely evening," shouted Uncle Vernon, waving at Mrs. Number 7 opposite, who was glaring from behind her net curtains. "Did you hear that car backfire just now? It gave Petunia and me quite a turn." He continued to grin in a horrible, manic way until all the curious neighbours had disappeared from their various windows. Then the grin became a grimace of rage as he beckoned Harry back towards him. Harry moved a few steps closer, taking care to stop just short of the point at which Uncle Vernon's outstretched hands could resume their strangling.
Loco in the
What the devil
cocoa.
do you mean by it, boy? Asked Uncle Vernon in a creaky voice that trembled with fury. What do I mean by what? Said Harry coldly. He kept looking left and right up the street, still hoping to see the person who had made the cracking noise. Making a racket like a starting pistol right outside her? I didn't make that noise, said Harry firmly. Aunt Petunia's thin, horsey face now appeared beside Uncle Vernon's wide purple one. She looked livid. Why were you lurking under our window? Yes, good point, Petunia. What were you doing under our window, boy? Listening to the news, said Harry in a resigned voice. His aunt and uncle exchanged looks of outrage. Listening to the news again? Well, it changes every day, you see, said Harry. Don't you be clever with me, boy. I want to know what you're really up to, and don't give me any more of this listening to the news tosh. You know perfectly well your lot. Careful, Vernon, breathed Aunt Petunia, and Uncle Vernon lowered his voice so that Harry could barely hear him. But your lot don't get on our news. That's all you know, said Harry. The Dursleys goggled at him for a few seconds. Then Aunt Petunia said, You're a nasty little liar. What are all those... She, too, lowered her voice so that Harry had to lip-read the next word. Owls doing if they're not bringing you news? Aha, said Uncle Vernon in a triumphant whisper. Get out of that one, boy, as if we didn't know you get all your news from those pestilential birds. Harry hesitated for a moment. It cost him something to tell the truth this time, even though his aunt and uncle could not possibly know how bad he felt at admitting it. The owls aren't bringing me news, he said tonelessly. I don't believe it, said Aunt Petunia at once. No more do I, said Uncle Vernon forcefully. We know you're up to something funny, said Aunt Petunia. We're not stupid,
I'm curious
said Uncle Vernon.
who will trigger two of them first, me, you, or perhaps there is another. So do you want the new updates to be a surprise, or would you like to know what I did?
Up the street. He was in trouble now.
You have my full attention. You have my full attention now. So I made your bots a little chattier in small ways. Command, not my job, get Ben. So you like the command list from Stream Elements more than Nightbot? All right, fair enough. I don't complain because I can't tell them apart. I'm just waiting for that sponsorship from G Fuel. I don't drink it. I just want it. It's just a personal thing. It's just because I want it. It's actually a reminder. The pop-up commands adds them and edits them or removes them. Ah. Oh. Ah, so it's a matter of the S. Okay. Command and commands. Okay. Oh, okay. I just wanted to make a playful in case anyone was new. Oh, okay. Chan viewers can also get your attention easier by making the bot pick from a very short list of lines specific to calling just you out. It likes that one. What it's liking. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Well, thank you so much, Ford. I really appreciate it. Kids, tell your brother to put that away or else. Booting Skynet, please wait. Kids.
Now, and he knew it. He would have to face his aunt and uncle later and pay the price for his rudeness, but he did not care very much, just at the moment. He had much more pressing matters on his mind. Harry was sure the cracking noise had been made by someone apparating or disapparating. It was exactly the sound Dobby the house elf made when he vanished into thin air. Was it possible that Dobby was here in Privet Drive? Could Dobby be following him right at this very moment? As this thought occurred, he wheeled around and stared back down Privet Drive. But it appeared to be completely deserted, and Harry was sure that Dobby did not know how to become invisible. He walked on, hardly aware of the route he was taking, for he had pounded these streets so often lately that his feet carried him to his favourite haunts automatically. Every few steps he glanced back over his shoulder. Someone magical had been near him as he lay among Aunt Petunia's dying begonias. He was sure of it. Why hadn't they spoken to him? Why hadn't they made contact? Why were they hiding now? And then, as his feeling of frustration peaked, his certainty leaked away. Perhaps it hadn't been a magical sound after all. Perhaps he was so desperate for the tiniest sign of contact from the world to which he belonged that he was simply overreacting to perfectly ordinary noises. Could he be sure it hadn't been the sound of something breaking inside a neighbour's house? Harry felt a dull, sinking sensation in his stomach. And before he knew it, the feeling of hopelessness that had plagued him all summer rolled over him once again. Tomorrow morning he would be woken by the alarm at 5 o'clock so he could pay the owl that delivered the daily profit. But was there any point continuing to take it? Harry merely glanced at the front page before throwing it aside these days. When the idiots who ran the paper finally realised that Voldemort was back, it would be headline news, and that was the only kind Harry cared about. If he was lucky, there would also be owls carrying letters from his best friends Ron and Hermione, though any expectation he had that their letters would bring him news had long since been dashed. We can't say much about you-know-what, obviously. We've been told not to say anything important in case our letters go astray.
Chat is merped.
We're quite busy, but I can't
there
give
is
you
a
details
merp.
here. There's a fair amount
Honestly,
going on.
Chan is partially because I know he wanted the name Chimera Chan, so it allows you to be called that.
I expect we'll be seeing you quite soon, inside his birthday card. But how soon was soon? As far as Harry could tell from the vague hints in their letters, Hermione and Ron were in the same place, presumably at Ron's parents' house. He could hardly bear to think of the pair of them having fun at the Burrow when he was stuck in Privet Drive. In fact, he was so angry with them, he had thrown away, unopened, the 2 boxes of Honey Duke's chocolates they'd sent him for his birthday. He'd regretted it later, after the wilted salad Aunt Petunia provided for dinner that night. And what were Ron and Hermione busy with? Why wasn't he, Harry, busy? Hadn't he proved himself capable of handling much more than then? Had they all forgotten what he had done? Hadn't it been he who had entered that graveyard and watched Cedric being murdered and being tied to that tombstone and nearly killed? Don't think about that, Harry told himself sternly for the 100th time that summer. It was bad enough that he kept revisiting the graveyard in his nightmares, without dwelling on it in his waking moments too. He turned a corner into Magnolia Crescent. Halfway along he passed the narrow alleyway, down the side of a garage, where he had first clapped eyes on his godfather, Sirius, at least seemed to understand how Harry was feeling. Admittedly, his letters were just as empty of proper news as Ron and Hermione's, but at least they contained words of caution and consolation instead of tantalizing hints. I know this must be frustrating for you. Keep your nose clean, and everything will be okay. Be careful and don't do anything rash. Well, thought Harry, as he crossed Magnolia Crescent, turned into Magnolia Road, and headed towards the darkening play park. He had, by and large, done as Sirius advised. He had at least resisted the temptation to tie his trunk to his broomstick and set off for the Burrow by himself. In fact, Harry thought his behaviour had been very good considering how frustrated and angry he felt at being stuck in Privet Drive so long, reduced to hiding in flower beds in the hope of hearing something that might point to what Lord Voldemort was doing. Nevertheless, it was quite galling to be told not to be rash by a man who had served 12 years in the wizard prison Azkaban, escaped, attempted to commit the murder he had been convicted for in the first place, and then gone on the run with a stolen hippogriff. Harry vaulted over the locked park gate and set off across the parched grass. The park was empty at the surrounding streets. When he reached the swings, he sat on the only one that Dudley and his friends
How
had
are
not
you
yet managed
this
to break.
morning?
Coiled one arm around the chain and
I'm tired. I'm sleepy, but it's gonna be a 5-hour stream, so there's nothing we can do about it.
moodily at the ground. He would not be able
We're
to hide
just
in the
gonna have
Dursleys'
to do a
flower bed again.
5-hour
Tomorrow,
stream.
he would have to think of some fresh way of listening to the news. In the meantime, he had nothing to look forward to but another restless, disturbed night. Because, even when he escaped the nightmares about Cedric, he had unsettling dreams about long, dark corridors, all finishing in dead ends and locked doors, which he supposed had something to do with the trapped feeling he had when he was awake. Often the old scar on his forehead, prickled uncomfortably, but he did not fool himself that Ron or Hermione
I'm
or
good,
Sirius would
sleep
find that very
good.
interesting anymore. In the past,
Sleepy
his
good.
scar hurting
A
had warned
bit
that Voldemort
sleepy,
was getting
but I'll
stronger again.
live.
But now that Voldemort
I'll
was back, they would probably
survive.
remind him that that's a regular irritation, and it was only to be expected. Nothing to worry about, old news. The injustice of it all welled up inside him, so that he wanted to yell with fury. If it hadn't been for him, nobody would ever have known Voldemort was back. And his reward was to be stuck in Little Winging for 4 solid weeks, completely cut off from the magical world, reduced to squatting among dying begonias, so that he could hear about water skiing budgerigars. How could Dumbledore have forgotten him so easily? Why had Ron and Hermione got together without inviting him along too? How much longer was he supposed to endure Sirius telling him to sit tight and be a good boy, or resist the temptation to write to the stupid Daily Prophet and point out that Voldemort had returned? These furious thoughts whirled around in Harry's head, and his insides writhed with anger as a sultry, velvety night fell around him.
Lord
The air
Moldy
full of the
Butt.
smell of warm, dry grass, and the only sound that of the low grumble of traffic on the road beyond the park railings.
I should go to bed
He did not
soon
know how long
so
he had
I
sat on the
can
swing
get chores
before the
done in
sound
the
of
morning,
voices interrupted
afternoon.
his musings, and he
You
looked
should
up.
rest if
The
you need
streetlights from the
rest.
surrounding roads were casting a
Nah, I'll
misty
be
glow
fine.
strung
I'll
like a silhouette
survive.
a group of people making their way
I've
across
got
the
things
park.
to
One of
do.
them was singing a
I've
loud,
got a
crude
commission
song.
to work
The
on.
others were laughing. A soft tickling noise came from several expensive racing bikes that they were wheeling along. Harry knew who these people were. The figure in front was unmistakably his cousin Dudley Dursley, wending his way home, accompanied by his faithful gang. Dudley was as vast as ever, but a year's hard dieting and the discovery of a new talent had wrought quite a change in his physique. As Uncle Vernon delightedly told anyone who would listen, Dudley had recently become the junior heavyweight inter-school boxing champion of the South East. The noble sport, as Uncle Vernon called it, had made Dudley even more formidable than he had seemed to Harry in their primary school days, when he had served as Dudley's first punch ball. Harry was not remotely afraid of his cousin any more, but he still didn't think that Dudley learning to punch harder and more accurately was cause for celebration. Neighbourhood children all around were terrified of him, even more terrified than they were of that Potter boy who they had been warned was a hardened hooligan and attended St. Brutus's secure centre for incurably criminal boys. Harry watched the dark figures crossing the grass and wondered who they had been beating up tonight. Look round, Harry found himself thinking as he watched them. Come on, look round. I'm sitting here all alone. Come and have a go. If Dudley's friends saw him sitting there, they would be sure to make a beeline for him. And what would Dudley do then? He wouldn't want to lose face in front of the gang, but he'd be terrified of provoking Harry. It would be really fun to watch Dudley's dilemma, to taunt him, watch him, with him powerless to respond. And if any of the others tried hitting Harry, he was ready. He had his wand. Let them try. He'd love to vent some of his frustration on the boys who had once made his life hell. But they didn't turn around. They didn't see him. They were almost at the railings. Harry mastered the impulse to call after them. Seeking a fight was not a smart move. He must not use magic. He would be risking expulsion again. The voices of Dudley's gang died away. They were out of sight.
Even, do you think of any commands you'd like in your stream elements? Yeah. I fell asleep straight after Nick's stream and just woke up for goats.
Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon seemed to feel that
my goodness. How's the kitchen? Is everything okay after that? After the fire?
Uncle Vernon had threatened to lock Harry in the shed if he came home after Dudley ever again. So, stifling a yawn and still scowling, Harry set off towards the park gate. Magnolia Road, like Privet Drive, was full of large square houses with perfectly manicured lawns, all owned by large square owners who drove very clean cars similar to Uncle Vernon's. Harry preferred little winging by night, when the curtained windows made patches of jewel-bright colour in the darkness, and he ran no danger of hearing disapproving mutters about his delinquent appearance when he passed the householders. He walked quickly, so that halfway along Magnolia Road, Dudley's gang came into view again. They were saying their farewells at the entrance to Magnolia Crescent. Harry stepped into the shadow of a large lilac tree and waited. Squealed like a pig, did he? Malcolm was saying, to guffaws from the others. Nice right hook, Big D, said Piers. Same time tomorrow, said Dudley. Round at my place. My parents will be out, said Gordon. See you then, said Dudley. Bye, Dud. See you, Big D. Harry waited for the rest of the gang to move on before setting off again. When their voices had faded once more, he headed around the corner into Magnolia Crescent, and by walking very quickly he soon came within hailing distance of Dudley, who was strolling along at his ease, humming tunelessly. Hey, Big D! Dudley turned. Oh, he grunted. It's you. How long have you been? Big D, then, said Harry. Shut it, snarled Dudley, turning away. Cool name, said Harry, grinning and falling into step beside his cousin. But you'll always be Ickle Diddykins to me. I said shut it, said Dudley, whose ham-like hands had curled into fists. Don't the boys know that's what your mum calls you? Shut your face. You don't tell her to shut her face. What about Popkin and Dinky Diddydums? Can I use them? Dudley said nothing. The effort of keeping himself from hitting Harry seemed to demand all his self-control. So, who have you been beating up tonight? Harry asked, his grin fading. Another 10-year-old? I know you did Mark Evans 2 nights ago. He was asking for it, snarled Dudley. Oh, yeah? He cheeked me. Yeah? Did he say you
welcome in, Kiwi Haggis?
To walk on its hind
yeah,
legs?
everything is fine. There's no structural damage, just one flooring to be replaced. Nice. That is good to hear.
He was making Dudley. He felt as though he was siphoning off his own frustration into his cousin, the only outlet he had.
You are still streaming.
They turned right down the narrow alleyway where Harry had first seen Sirius, and which formed a shortcut between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk. It was empty and much darker than the streets. It linked between because there was no street lamps. Their footsteps were muffled between garage walls on one side and a high fence on the other. Think you're a big man carrying that thing, don't you? Dudley said.
Oh, hey, I caught a stream. Yes, you did.
That thing you're hiding. Harry grinned again. Not as stupid as you look, are you, Dad? But I suppose if you were, you wouldn't be able to walk and talk at the same time. Harry pulled out his wand. He saw Dudley look sideways at it. You're not allowed, Dudley said at once. I know you're not. You get expelled from that freak school you go to. How do you know they haven't changed the rules, Big D? They haven't, said Dudley, though he didn't sound completely convinced. Harry laughed softly. You haven't got the guts to take me on without that thing, have you? Dudley snarled. Whereas you just need 4 mates behind you before you can beat up a 10-year-old. You know that boxing title you keep banging on about? How old was your opponent? 7? 8? He was 16, for your information, snarled Dudley. and he was out cold for 20 minutes after I'd finished with him, and he was twice as heavy
Hello,
as you. You just wait till I tell Dad you had that thing
Worcester.
out. Running to Daddy now,
Hello,
are you?
demonic.
This is
Hello,
equal
Kiwi.
boxing, champ fighting,
Just
frightened of nasty
lurking
Harry
as I
Wand.
do. Well,
Not
thank you for
just
coming in,
brave
everybody.
knight, are you? Sneered Dudley. This is Night Diddykins. That's what we call it when it goes all dark like this. I mean,
Warvester, yeah.
He'd stopped walking. Harry stopped too.
By the way, guys, if you don't know, Board is a wonderful person.
A strangely triumphant look.
Who is my mod? For as long as he can be. Yeah, and if you guys ever need to just fuck around with my shit, you can always type in commands or command. Either one will work if you're just, you know, wanting to shoot the shit and wanting to hang out. We've got a few commands that might be very funny and might give you a giggle, mate. Not a problem, War. Not a problem. No, you. Yeah. He's a very good mod. He's a wonderful person, and also Heaven is a regular. And hopefully, if you want to stay, be a regular too. That's all good. But if you got art to do, if you got streaming to do, go do it, man. Don't feel like you have to do anything. Just you coming in and checking us out is good enough, Warvester. I just wanted to give you my time. Just listening to the Harry Potter books. I'm not gonna be streaming today. I did a 13-hour stream, lol. Oh, damn. I always only do about a 5-minute stream, 5-hour stream, not a 5-minute stream. That's the most I'll do is a 5 to 6 hour stream. I've done a 7 to 8, and it's like fucking working. It's so taxing. It's ridiculously taxing. So that's a lot of hours, man. It's a full-time job, man. You getting a 401k and everything? Cause that's a lot, man. Don't overdo it, man. 5-minute stream now. No. I'll survive without a 5-minute stream. And it's gone. And it's gone. I don't think I'm gonna... I don't even like doing a 2-hour stream now. I used to only do 2-hour streams, and now I do 4 to 5-hour streams now. I gotta at least hit a 4-hour stream before I can go to bed. Which is why I'm taking a break and watching other streamers too. Nice. Well, don't push yourself. We don't like people pushing themselves, even though I push myself. People say I push myself all the time. I don't believe them because, you know. Because I don't want to believe them. So any new art or anything like that? Wolvesta? And I also ask everybody else. Also, I know that Heaven's working on that art for her son. Was wondering how that went. And I know that Board is always working on stuff. But it could just be coding. You never know.
What do you mean? I'm not brave when I'm in bed, said Harry, completely nonplussed. What am I supposed to be frightened of? Pillows or something? I heard you last night, said Dudley breathlessly, talking in your sleep, moaning. What do you mean? Harry said again, but there was a cold, plunging sensation in his stomach. He had revisited the graveyard last night in his dreams. Dudley gave a harsh bark of laughter, then adopted a high-pitched, whimpering voice. Don't kill Cedric! Don't kill Cedric! Who's Cedric? Your boyfriend? You're lying, said Harry automatically, but his mouth had gone dry. He knew Dudley wasn't lying. How else could he know about Cedric? Dad, help me, Dad! He's going to kill me, Dad! Boo-hoo! Shut up, said Harry quietly. Shut up. Dudley, I'm warning you. Come and help me, Dad! Mum, come and help me! He's killed Cedric! Dad, help me! He's going to... Don't you point that thing at me! Dudley backed into the alleyway. Harry was pointing the wand directly at Dudley's heart. Harry could feel 14 years' hatred of Dudley pounding in his veins. What wouldn't he give to strike now, to jinx Dudley so thoroughly he'd have to crawl home like an insect, struck dumb, sprouting feelers.
I mean, these commands are just
again,
little chat goblins, yeah.
Point that thing somewhere else. I said, you understand me? Point it somewhere
yeah,
else.
take it
Do
easy.
You understand me? Get that thing away from... Dudley gave an odd, shuddering gasp, as though he'd been...
It's going well. Got all the base colors done last night. I just couldn't stream, so just got to work on highlights and that. I gotcha. You couldn't stream? No!
There was a distant rumble of cars and the whisper of trees had gone. The balmy evening was suddenly piercingly, bitingly cold. They were surrounded by total, impenetrable, silent darkness, as though some giant hand had dropped a thick, icy mantle over the entire alleyway, blinding them. For a split second, Harry thought he had done magic without meaning to, despite the fact that he'd been resisting as hard as he could. Then his reason caught up with his senses. He didn't have the power to turn off the stars. He turned his head this way and that, trying to see something, but the darkness pressed on his eyes like a weightless veil. Dudley's terrified voice broke in Harry's ear. What are you doing? Stop it! I'm not doing anything. Shut up and don't move. I can't see it. I've gone blind. I said, shut up. Harry stood stock still, turning his sightless eyes left and right. The cold was so intense, he was shivering all over. Goosebumps had erupted up his arms, and the hairs on the back of his neck were standing up. He opened his eyes to their fullest extent, staring blankly around, unseeing. It was impossible. They couldn't be here. Not in Little Wing. He strained his ears. He could hear them before he saw them. I'll tell Dad, Dudley whimpered. Where are you? What do you do? Will you shut up? Harry hissed. I'm trying to listen. But he fell silent. He had heard just the thing he had been dreading. There was something in the alleyway, apart from themselves, something that was drawing long, hoarse, rattling breaths. Harry felt a horrible jolt of dread as he stood trembling in the freezing air. Cut it out! Stop doing it! I'll hit you! I swear I will! Dudley, shut! Wham! A fist made contact with the side of Harry's head, lifting him off his feet. Small white lights popped in front of his eyes. For the second time in an hour, Harry felt as though his head had been cleaved in two. Next moment, he had landed hard on the ground and his wand had flown out of his hand. You moron, Dudley! Harry yelled, his eyes watering with pain as he scrambled to his hands and knees, feeling around frantically in the blackness. He heard Dudley blundering away, hitting the alley fence, stumbling. Dudley, come back! You're running right at it! There was a horrible squealing yell, and Dudley's footsteps stopped. At the same moment, Harry felt a creeping chill behind him that could mean only one thing. There was more than one. Dudley, keep your mouth shut! Whatever you do, keep your mouth shut! Wand! Harry muttered frantically, his hands flying over the ground like spiders. Where's Wand? Come on, Loomis!
Hey, Paul, at least my artificial ones only move if you do something. Too late, my time has come since shivers down my spine, body's aching.
The wand tip had ignited. Harry snatched it up, scrambling to his feet, and turned around. His stomach turned over. A towering, hooded figure was gliding smoothly towards him.
Gotcha.
No feet or face visible.
Yes, I should save.
On the night
Agreed, I should save.
Backwards, Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum! A silvery wisp of vapor.
It's okay. You'll be a real boy someday. Oh, what does this button do?
Harry retreated further as the Dementor bore down upon him, panic fogging his brain. Concentrate. A pair of grey, slimy, scabbed hands slid from inside the Dementor's robes, reached for him. A rushing noise filled Harry's ears. Expecto Patronum! His voice sounded dim and distant. Another wisp of silver smoke, feebler than the last, drifted from the wand. He couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't work the spell. There was laughter inside his own head, shrill, high-pitched laughter. He could smell the Dementor's putrid, death-cold breath filling his own lungs, drowning him. Think, something happy. But there was no happiness in him. The Dementor's icy fingers were closing on his throat. The high-pitched laughter was growing, louder and louder, and a voice spoke into his head. Bow to death, Harry. It might even be painless. I would not know. I have never died. He was never going to see Ron and Hermione again, and their faces burst clearly into his mind as he fought for breath. Expecto Patronum! An enormous silver stag erupted from the tip of Harry's wand. Its antlers caught the Dementor in the place where the heart should have been. It was thrown backwards, weightless as darkness, and as the stag charged, the Dementor swooped away, bat-like and defeated. This way! Harry shouted at the stag. Wheeling around, he sprinted down the alleyway, holding the lit wand aloft. Dudley! Dudley! He had run barely a dozen steps when he reached them. Dudley was curled up on the ground, his arms clamped over his face. A second Dementor was crouching low over him, gripping his wrists in its slimy hands, prizing him slowly, almost lovingly apart, lowering its hooded head towards Dudley's face as though about to kiss him. Get it! Harry bellowed, and with a rushing, roaring sound, the silver stag he had conjured came galloping past him. The Dementor's eyeless face was barely an inch from Dudley's when the silver antlers caught it. The thing was thrown up in the air, and, like its fellow, it soared away and was absorbed into the darkness. The stag cantered to the end of the alleyway and dissolved into silver mist. Moon, stars, and street lamps burst back into life. A warm breeze swept the alleyway. Trees rustled in neighbouring gardens. The mundane number of cars in Magnolia Crescent filled the air again. Harry stood quite still, all his senses vibrating, taking in the abrupt return to normality.
Hope you're doing well.
After a moment, he became aware that his T-shirt was sticking to him. It was drenched in sweat. He could not believe what had just happened. Dementors here in Little Winging. Dudley lay curled up on the ground, whimpering and shaking. Harry bent down to see whether he was in a fit state to stand up, but then he heard loud, running footsteps behind him. Instinctively raising his wand again, he spun on his heel to face the newcomer. Mrs. Figg, their batty old neighbour, came panting into sight. Her grizzled grey hair was escaping from its hairnet. A clanking string shopping bag was swinging from her wrist, and her feet were halfway out of her tartan carpet slippers. Harry made to stow his wand hurriedly out of sight, but "Don't put it away, idiot boy," she shrieked. "What if there are more of them around? Oh, I'm going to kill Mundungus Fletcher."
Hello, Zara.
A peck of owls. What? Said Harry blankly. He left, said Mrs. Figg, wringing her hands. Left to see someone about a batch of cauldrons that fell off the back of a broom. I told him I'd flay him alive if he went. And now look, Dementors. It's just lucky I put Mr. Tibbles on the case. But we haven't got time to stand around. Hurry now. We've got to get you back. Oh, the trouble this is going to cause. I will kill him. But the revelation that his batty old cat-obsessed neighbour knew what Dementors were was almost as big a shock to Harry as meeting two of them down the alleyway. You're a witch. I'm a squib, as Mundungus knows full well, so how on earth was I supposed to help you fight off Dementors? He left you completely without cover when I'd warned him. This Mundungus has been following me. Hang on, it was him. He disapparated from the front of my house. Yes, but luckily I'd stationed Mr. Tibbles under a car, just in case, and Mr. Tibbles came and warned me. But by the time I got to your house, you'd gone, and now, oh, what's Dumbledore going to say? You, she shrieked at Dudley, still supine on the alley floor. Get your fat bottom off the ground, quick. You know Dumbledore, said Harry, staring at her. Of course I know Dumbledore. Who doesn't know Dumbledore? But come on, I'll be no help if they come back. I've never so much as transfigured a tea bag. She stooped down, seized one of Dudley's massive arms in her wizened hands, and tugged. Get up, you useless lump, get up. But Dudley either could not or would not move. He remained on the ground, trembling and ashen-faced, his mouth shut very tight. I'll do it. Harry took hold of Dudley's arm and heaved. With an enormous effort, he managed to hoist him to his feet. Dudley seemed to be on the point of fainting. His small eyes were rolling in their sockets, and sweat was beading his face. The moment Harry let go of him, he swayed dangerously.
Think happy thoughts.
Hysterically.
It was so nice in here, and then you asked me a question. All right, I'll just keep my hands to myself. Hello, Zara.
In front of them, peering anxiously around the corner. Keep your wand out, she told Harry as they entered Wisteria Walk. Never mind the statute of secrecy now.
What you working on?
The hell to pay anyway. We might as well be hanged for a dragon as an egg. Talk about the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. This was exactly what Dumbledore was afraid of. What's that at the end of the street? Oh, it's just Mr. Prentice. Don't put your wand away, boy. Don't I keep telling you I'm no use? It was not easy to hold a wand steady and haul Dudley along at the same time. Harry gave his cousin an impatient dig in the ribs, but Dudley seemed to have lost all desire for independent movement. He was slumped on Harry's shoulder, his large feet dragging along the ground. Why didn't you tell me you're a squib, Mrs. Figg? Asked Harry, panting with the effort to keep walking. All those times I came around to your house, why didn't you say something? Dumbledore's orders. I was to keep an eye on you, but not say anything. You were too young. I'm sorry I gave you such a miserable time, Harry, but the Dursleys would never have let you come if they thought you had enjoyed it. It wasn't easy, you know, but oh my word, she said tragically, wringing her hands once more. When Dumbledore hears about this, how could Mundungus have left? He was supposed to be on duty until midnight. Where is he? How am I going to tell Dumbledore what's happened? I can't apparate. I've got an owl. You can borrow her, Harry groaned, wondering whether his spine was going to snap under Dudley's weight. Harry, you don't understand. Dumbledore will need to act as quickly as possible. The Ministry have their own ways of detecting underage magic. They'll know already. You mark my words. But I was getting rid of Dementors. I had to use magic. They're going to be more worried about what Dementors were doing floating around Wisteria Walk, surely. Oh, my dear, I wish it was so, but I'm afraid. Mundungus Fletcher, I'm going to kill you. There was a loud crack, and a strong smell of drink mingled with stale tobacco filled the air as a squat, unshaven man in a tattered overcoat materialized right in front of them. He had short bandy legs, long straggly ginger hair, and bloodshot baggy eyes that gave him the doleful look of a basset hound. He was also clutching a silvery bundle that Harry recognized at once as an invisibility cloak. Sup, Figgy, he said, staring from Mrs. Figg to Harry and Dudley. What happened to staying under cover? I'll give you under cover, cried Mrs. Figg. Dementors, you useless, skiving sneak thief. Dementors? Repeated Mundungus, aghast. Dementors here? Yes, here, you worthless pile of bat droppings. Here, shrieked Mrs. Figg. Dementors attacking the boy on your watch. Blimey, said Mundungus weakly, looking from Mrs. Figg to Harry, and back again. Blimey, I... And you off buying stolen cauldrons. Didn't I tell you not to go, didn't I? Mundungus looked deeply uncomfortable. It was a very good business opportunity, see? Mrs. Figg raised the arm from which her string bag dangled and whacked Mundungus around the face and neck with it. Judging by the clanking noise it made, it was full of cat food. Ouch, get off, you mad old bat! Someone's got to tell Dumbledore! Yes, they have, yelled Mrs. Figg, swinging the bag of cat food at every bit of Mundungus she could reach. And it had better be you, and you can tell him why you weren't there to help. Keep your hairnet on, said Mundungus, his arms over his head, cowering. I'm going. And with another loud crack, he vanished. I hope Dumbledore murders him, said Mrs. Figg furiously. Now come on, Harry. What are you waiting for? Harry decided not to waste
I keep
his remaining
remembering
breath on pointing out
the clown nose of a sensor you were using earlier and laughing.
I'll take you to the door,
because you're a
Mrs.
child,
Figg,
and that's fine.
Drive, just in case there are more of them around.
That's fine.
What a catastrophe! And you had to fight them off yourself.
Yeah,
and Dumbledore said we were to keep you from doing magic at all costs. Well, it's no good crying over spilt potion, I suppose. But the cat's among the pixies now. So, Harry panted, Dumbledore's been having me followed. Of course he has, said Mrs. Figg impatiently. Did you expect him to let you wander around on your own after what happened in June? Good Lord, boy, they told me you were intelligent. Right, get inside and stay there, she said as they reached number 4. I expect someone will be in touch with you soon enough. What are you going to do? Asked Harry quickly. I'm going straight home, said Mrs. Figg, staring around the dark street and shuddering. I'll need to wait for more instructions. Just stay in the house. Good night. Hang on, don't go yet. I want to know. But Mrs. Figg had already set off at a trot, carpet slippers flopping, string bag clanking. Wait, Harry shouted after her. He had a million questions to ask anyone who was in contact with Dumbledore, but within seconds Mrs. Figg was swallowed by the darkness, scowling. Harry readjusted Dudley on his shoulder and made his slow, painful way up number 4's garden path. The hall light was on. Harry stuck his wand back inside the waistband of his jeans, rang the bell, and watched Aunt Petunia's outline grow larger and larger, oddly distorted by the rippling glass in the front door. Diddy! About time too. I was getting quite... Diddy, what's the matter? Harry looked sideways at Dudley and ducked out from under his arm just in time. Dudley swayed on the spot for a moment, his face pale green. Then he opened his mouth and vomited all over the doormat. Diddy! Diddy, what's the matter with you? Vernon! Vernon! Harry's uncle came galumphing out of the living room, walrus moustache blowing hither and thither, as it always did when he was agitated. He hurried forwards and helped Aunt Petunia negotiate a weak-kneed Dudley over the threshold,
Legally adult child.
Sick.
The term
He's
is
ill,
man-child.
What is it,
Don't forget you
What's
anointed
happened?
me
Did
to
Mrs.
the high
Polkitt
chair
give you
over chat.
Something foreign for tea? Why are you all covered in dirt, darling? Have you been lying on the ground? Hang on. You haven't been mugged, have you, son? Aunt Petunia screamed. Phone the police, Vernon. Phone the police. Diddy, darling, speak to Mummy. What did they do to you? In all the kerfuffle, nobody seemed to have noticed Harry, which suited him perfectly. He managed to slip inside just before Uncle Vernon slammed the door, and while the Dursleys made their noisy progress down the hall towards the kitchen, Harry moved carefully and quietly towards the stairs. Who did it, son? Give us names. We'll get them, don't worry. Shh! He's trying to say something, Vernon. What is it, Diddy? Tell Mummy. Harry's foot was on the bottommost stair when Dudley found his voice. Him. Harry froze, foot on the stair, face screwed up, braced for the explosion. Boy! Come here! With a feeling of mingled dread and anger, Harry removed his foot slowly from the stair and turned to follow the Dursleys. The scrupulously clean kitchen had an oddly unreal glitter after the darkness outside. Aunt Petunia was ushering Dudley into a chair and was still very green and clammy looking. Uncle Vernon was standing in front of the draining board, glaring at Harry through tiny, narrowed eyes. What have you done to my son? He said in a menacing growl. Nothing, said Harry, knowing perfectly well that Uncle Vernon wouldn't believe him. What did he do to you, Diddy? Aunt Petunia said in a quavering voice, now sponging sick from the front of Dudley's leather jacket. Was it you know what, darling? Did he use his thing? Slowly, tremulously, Dudley nodded. I didn't, Harry said sharply, as Aunt Petunia let out a wail, and Uncle Vernon raised his fists. I didn't do anything to him. It wasn't me. It was... But at that precise moment, a screech owl swooped in through the kitchen window, narrowly missing the top of Uncle Vernon's head. It soared across the kitchen, dropped straight of magic. Harry read the letter through twice. He was only vaguely aware of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia talking. Inside his head, all was icy and numb. One fact had penetrated his consciousness like a paralyzing dart. He was expelled from Hogwarts. It was all over. He was never going back. He looked up at the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon was purple-faced, shouting, his fist still raised. Aunt Petunia had her arms around Dudley, who was retching again. Harry's temporarily stupefied brain seemed to reawaken. Ministry representatives will be calling at your place of residence shortly to destroy your wand. There was only one thing for it. He would have to run, now. Where he was going to go, Harry didn't know, but he was certain of one thing. At Hogwarts or outside it, he needed his wand. In an almost dreamlike state, he pulled his wand out and turned to leave the kitchen. Where do you think you're going? Yelled Uncle Vernon. When Harry didn't reply, he pounded across the kitchen to block the doorway into the hall. I haven't finished with you, boy! Get out of the way, said Harry quietly. You're going to stay here and explain how my son... If you don't get out of the way, I'm going to jinx you, said Harry, raising the wand. You can't pull that one on me, snarled Uncle Vernon. I know you're not allowed to use it outside the madhouse you call a school. The madhouse has chucked me out, said Harry, so I can do whatever I like. You've got 3 seconds. 1, 2. A resounding crack filled the kitchen. Aunt Petunia screamed. Uncle Vernon yelled and ducked. But for the 3rd time that night, Harry was searching for the source of a disturbance he had not made. He spotted it at once. A dazed and ruffled-looking barn owl was sitting outside on the kitchen sill, having just collided with the closed window. Ignoring Uncle Vernon's anguished yell of "Owls!" Harry crossed the room at a run and wrenched the window open. The owl stuck out its leg, to which a small roll of parchment was tied, shook its feathers.
I do bow to the almighty board. Oh no, that's
Harry
bad for your back. That is bad for your back.
And blotchily in black ink. Harry, Dumbledore's just arrived at the ministry and he's trying to sort it all out. Do not leave your aunt and uncle's house. Do not do any more magic. Do not surrender your wand. Arthur Weasley. Dumbledore was trying to sort it all out. But what did that mean? How much more power did Dumbledore have to override the Ministry of Magic? Was there a chance that he might be allowed back to Hogwarts then? A small shoot of hope burgeoned in Harry's chest, almost immediately strangled by panic. How was he supposed to refuse to surrender his wand without doing magic? He'd have to duel with the ministry representatives, and if he did that, he'd be lucky to escape Azkaban, let alone expulsion. His mind was racing. He could run for it and risk being captured by the ministry, or stay put and wait for them to find him here. He was much more tempted by the former course, but he knew Mr. Weasley and his best interests at heart, and after all,
My back's
Dumbledore had
fucked
sorted
anyway.
out much worse than
My
this
back
before.
already
Right,
dead.
Harry said. I've changed my mind. I'm staying. He flung himself down at the kitchen table and faced Dudley and Aunt Petunia. The Dursleys appeared, taken aback at his abrupt change of mind. Aunt Petunia glanced despairingly at Uncle Vernon. The vein in his purple temple was throbbing worse than ever. Who are all these ruddy owls from? He growled. The first one was from the Ministry of Magic. Expelling me, said Harry calmly. He was straining his ears to catch any noises outside, in case the ministry representatives were approaching, and it was easier and quieter to answer Uncle Vernon's questions than to have him start raging and bellowing. The second one was from my friend Ron's dad, who works at the ministry. Ministry of Magic, bellowed Uncle Vernon. People like you in government? Oh, this explains everything. Everything. No wonder the country's going to the dogs. When Harry did not respond, Uncle Vernon glared at him and then spat out, And why have you been expelled? Because I did magic. Aha! Roared Uncle Vernon, slamming his fist down on top of the fridge, which sprang open. Several of Dudley's low-fat snacks toppled out and burst on the floor. So you admit it? What did you do to Dudley? Nothing, said Harry, slightly less calmly. That wasn't me. Was, muttered Dudley unexpectedly, and Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia instantly made flapping gestures at Harry to quieten him while both bent low over Dudley. Go on, son, said Uncle Vernon. What did he do? Tell us, darling, whispered Aunt Petunia. Pointed
Rip it out.
wand at me, Dudley mumbled. Yeah, I did, but I didn't use... Harry began angrily. But shut up, roared Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia in unison. Go on, son, repeated Uncle Vernon, moustache blowing about furiously. All went dark, Dudley said hoarsely, shuddering. Everything dark. And then I heard things inside my head. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged looks of utter horror. If their least favourite thing in the world was magic, closely followed by neighbours who cheated more than they did on the hosepipe ban, people who heard voices were definitely in the bottom 10. They obviously thought Dudley was losing his mind. What sort of things did you hear, Popkin? Breathed Aunt Petunia, very white-faced and with tears in her eyes. But Dudley seemed incapable of saying. He shuddered again and shook his large blonde head, and despite the sense of dumb dread that had settled on Harry since the arrival of his first owl, he felt a certain curiosity. Dementors caused a person to relive the worst moments of their life. What would spoiled, pampered, bullying Dudley have been forced to hear? How come you fell over, son? Said Uncle Vernon, in an unnaturally quiet voice, the kind of voice he might adopt at the bedside of a very ill person. Tripped, said Dudley shakily, and then he gestured at his massive chest. Harry understood. Dudley was remembering the clammy cold that filled his lungs as hope and happiness was sucked out of you. Horrible, croaked Dudley. Cold, really cold. Okay, said Uncle Vernon, in a voice of forced calm, while Aunt Petunia laid an anxious hand on Dudley's forehead to feel his temperature. What happened then, Dudders? Felt as if you'd never be happy again, Harry supplied tonelessly. Yes, Dudley whispered, still trembling. So, said Uncle Vernon, voice restored to full and considerable volume as he straightened up. You put some crackpot spell on my son so he'd hear voices and believe he was doomed to misery or something, did you? How many times do I have to tell you, said Harry, temper and voice both rising. It wasn't me. It was a couple of Dementors. A couple of... What's this codswallop? Dementors, said Harry slowly and clearly. 2 of them. And what the ruddy hell are Dementors? They guard the wizard prison, Azkaban, said Aunt Petunia. 2 seconds of ringing silence followed these words, before Aunt Petunia clapped her hand over her mouth, as though she had let slip a disgusting swear word. Uncle Vernon was goggling at her. Harry's brain reeled. Mrs. Figg was one thing, but Aunt Petunia? How do you know that? He asked her, astonished. Aunt Petunia looked quite appalled with herself. She glanced at Uncle Vernon in fearful apology, then lowered her hand slightly to reveal her horsey teeth. I heard that awful boy telling her about them years ago, she said jerkily. If you mean my mum and dad, why don't you use their names, said Harry loudly. But Aunt Petunia ignored him. She seemed horribly flustered. Harry was stunned, except for one outburst years ago, in the course of which Aunt Petunia had screamed that Harry's mother had been a freak. he had never heard her mention her sister. He was astounded that she had remembered this scrap of information about the magical world for so long, when she usually put all her energies into pretending it didn't exist. Uncle Vernon opened his mouth, closed it again, opened it once more, shut it, and then, apparently struggling to remember how to talk, opened it for a third time and croaked, So they, they actually exist, do they? Dementi whatsits? Aunt Petunia nodded. Uncle Vernon looked from Aunt Petunia to Dudley to Harry, as if hoping somebody was going to shout, April Fool! When nobody did, he opened his mouth yet again, but was spared the struggle to find more words by the arrival of the third owl of the evening. It zoomed through the still open window like a feathery cannonball and landed with a clatter on the kitchen table, causing all three of the Dursleys to jump with fright. Harry tore a second, official-looking envelope from the owl's beak and ripped it open as the owl swooped back out into the night. Enough effing owls, muttered Uncle Vernon distractedly, stopping over to the window and slamming it shut again. Dear Mr. Potter, further to our letter of approximately 22 minutes ago, the Ministry of Magic has revised its decision to destroy your wand forthwith. You may retain your wand until your disciplinary hearing on the 12th of August, at which time an official decision will be taken. Following discussions with the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Ministry has agreed that the question of your expulsion will also be decided at that time. You should therefore consider yourself suspended from school pending further inquiries. With best wishes, yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of Magic Office, Ministry of Magic. Harry read this letter through 3 times in quick succession. The miserable knot in his chest loosened slightly, with the relief of knowing he was not yet definitely expelled.
April Fools!
Were by no means
Funny
banished. Everything
joke.
seemed to hang on his hearing
Did I help?
on the 12th of August.
I use body spray instead of
Uncle Vernon,
showering because I'm a
recalling
genius.
Harry to his surroundings. What now? Have they sentenced you to anything? Do you lot have the death penalty? He added as a hopeful afterthought. I've got to go to a hearing, said Harry. And they'll sentence you there? I suppose so. I won't give up hope then, said Uncle Vernon nastily. Well, if that's all, said Harry, getting to his feet. He was desperate to be alone, to think, perhaps to send a letter to Ron, Hermione, or Sirius. No, it ruddy well is not all, bellowed Uncle Vernon. Sit back down. What now? Said Harry impatiently. Dudley, roared Uncle Vernon.
Whose face bring a change a regular smelling man into a man who smells like power?
That one's pretty okay. This one's better. Comb your hair, brush your teeth, clean yourself at least twice a bloody ass week, and wash your stinky ass. What's the color that Ask asked for? It's a black blade, I think. I just thought you guys needed that. Just thinking of that, I'm like,
I want to know exactly what happened to my son. Fine, yelled Harry, and in his temper, red and gold sparks shot out at the end of his wand, still clutched in his hand. All three Dursleys flinched, looking terrified. Dudley and I were in the alleyway between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk, said Harry, speaking fast, fighting to control his temper. Dudley thought he'd be smart with me. I pulled out my wand, but didn't use it. Then two Dementors turned up. But what are Dementoids? Asked Uncle Vernon furiously. What do they do? I told you. They suck all the happiness out of you, said Harry. And, if they get the chance, they kiss you. Kiss you? Said Uncle Vernon, his eyes popping slightly. Kiss you? It's what they call it when they suck the soul out of your mouth. Aunt Petunia uttered a soft scream. His soul? They didn't take... He still got his... She seized Dudley by the shoulders and shook him, as though testing to see whether she could hear his soul rattling around inside him. Of course they didn't get his soul. You'd know if they had, said Harry, exasperated. Fought 'em off, did you, son? Said Uncle Vernon loudly, with the appearance of a man struggling to bring the conversation back onto a plans he understood. Gave him the old 1-2, did you?
I forgot to floss brush after every meal.
Harry,
Don't floss too hard, just
why is he all right
to
then?
gums.
Blustered Uncle Vernon. Why isn't he
Son.
empty then? Because I used the Patronus. Whoosh! With a clattering, the whirring of things and wings and a soft fall of dust, a forefowl came shooting out of the kitchen fireplace. For God's sake, roared Uncle Vernon, pulling great clumps of hair out of his moustache, something he hadn't been driven to do in a long time. I will not have owls here! I will not tolerate this, I tell you! But Harry was already pulling a roll of parchment from the owl's leg. He was so convinced that this letter had to be from Dumbledore, explaining everything, the Dementors, Mrs. Fig, what the Ministry was up to, how he, Dumbledore, intended to sort everything out, that for the first time in his life he was disappointed to see Sirius's handwriting. Ignoring Uncle Vernon's ongoing rant about owls and narrowing his eyes against a second cloud of dust as the most recent owl took off back up the chimney, Harry read Sirius's message. Arthur has just told us what's happened. Don't leave the house again, whatever you do. Harry found this such an inadequate response to everything that had happened tonight that he turned the piece of parchment over, looking for the rest of the letter, but there was nothing else. And now his temper was rising again. Wasn't anybody going to say well done for fighting off two Dementors single-handedly? Both Mr. Weasley and Sirius were acting as though he'd misbehaved and were saving their tellings off until they could ascertain how much damage had been done. Pack of owls shooting in and out of my house. I won't have it, boy, I won't. I can't stop the owls coming, Harry snapped, crushing Sirius's letter in his fist. I want the truth about what happened tonight, barked Uncle Vernon. If it was Demanders or Demenders or who hurt Dudley, how come you've been expelled? You did, you know what? You've admitted it. Harry took a deep, steadying breath. His head was beginning to ache again. He wanted more than anything to get out of the kitchen and away from the Dursleys. I did the Patronus charm to get rid of the Dementors, he said, forcing himself to remain calm. It's the only thing that works against them. But what were Dementoids doing in Little Winging? Said Uncle Vernon, in an outraged tone. Couldn't tell you, said Harry wearily. No idea. His head was pounding in the glare of the strip lighting now. His anger was ebbing away. He felt drained, exhausted. The Dursleys were all staring at him. It's you, said Uncle Vernon forcefully. It's got something to do with you, boy. I know it. Why else would they turn up here? Why else would they be down that alleyway? You've got to be the only... Evidently, he couldn't bring himself to say the word wizard. The only you-know-what for miles. I don't know why you were here. But at Uncle Vernon's words, Harry's exhausted brain had ground back into action. Why had the Dementors come into Little Winging? How could it be coincidence that they had arrived in the alleyway where Harry was? Had they been sent? Had the Ministry of Magic lost control of the Dementors? Had they deserted Azkaban and joined Voldemort, as Dumbledore had predicted they would? These Demembers guard some weirdo prison? Asked Uncle Vernon, lumbering along in the wake of Harry's train of thought. Yes, said Harry. If only his head would stop hurting. If only he could just leave the kitchen and get to his dark bedroom and think. Oh, they were coming to arrest you, said Uncle Vernon, with a triumphant air of a man reaching an unassailable conclusion. That's it, isn't it, boy? You're on the run from the law. Of course I'm not, said Harry, shaking his head as though to scare off a fly, his mind racing now. Then why? He must have sent them, said Harry quietly, more to himself than to Uncle Vernon. What's that? Who must have sent them? Lord Voldemort, said Harry. He registered dimly how strange it was that the Dursleys, who flinched, winced, and squawked if they heard words like wizard, magic, or wand, could hear the name of the most evil wizard of all time without the slightest tremor. Lord, hang on, said Uncle Vernon, his face screwed up, a look of dawning comprehension coming into his piggy eyes. I've heard that name. That was the one who murdered my parents, yes, Harry said. But he's gone, said Uncle Vernon impatiently, without the slightest sign that the murder of Harry's parents might be a painful topic. That giant bloke said so. He's gone. He's back, said Harry heavily. It felt very strange to be standing here in Aunt Petunia's surgically clean
Dudley
kitchen.
is too dense to hear the hollow skull rattle.
Its widescreen television.
You just put Tic Tacs in there.
The arrival of the Dementors and Little Winging seemed to
also pay your taxes.
The great invisible wall that divided the relentlessly non-magical world of Privet Drive and the world beyond. Harry's two lives had somehow become fused, and everything had been turned upside down. The Dursleys were asking for details about the magical world, and Mrs. Figg knew Albus Dumbledore. Dementors were soaring around Little Winging, and he might never return to Hogwarts. Harry's head throbbed more painfully. Back, whispered Aunt Petunia. She was looking at Harry as she had never looked at him before, and all of a sudden, for the very first time in his life, Harry fully appreciated that Aunt Petunia was his mother's sister. He could not have said why this hit him so very powerfully at this moment. All he knew was that he was not the only person in the room who had an inkling of what Lord Voldemort being back might mean. Aunt Petunia had never in her life looked at him like that before. Her large, pale eyes, so unlike her sister's, were not narrowed in dislike or anger. They were wide and fearful, the furious pretense that Aunt Petunia had maintained all Harry's life, that there was no magic and no world other than the world she inhabited with Uncle Vernon, seemed to have fallen away. Yes, Harry said, talking directly to Aunt Petunia now. He came back a month ago. I saw him. Her hands found Dudley's massive leather-clad shoulders and clutched them. Hang on, said Uncle Vernon, looking from his wife to Harry and back again, apparently dazed and confused by the unprecedented understanding that seemed to have sprung up between them. Hang on, this Lord Volder thing's back, you say? Yes. The one who murdered your parents? Yes. And now he's sending dismembers after you? Looks like it, said Harry. I see, said Uncle Vernon, looking from his white-faced wife to Harry, and hitching up his trousers. He seemed to be swelling, his great purple face stretching before Harry's eyes. Well, that settles it, he said, his shirt front straining as he inflated himself. You can get out of this house, boy. What? Said Harry. You heard me. Out! Uncle Vernon bellowed, and even Aunt Petunia and Dudley jumped. Out! Out! You've had it. Your history. You're not staying here. If some loony's after you, you're not endangering my wife and son. You're not bringing trouble down on us. If you're going the same way as your useless parents, I've had it. Out! Harry stood rooted to the spot. The letters from the ministry, Mr. Weasley and Sirius, were all crushed in his left hand. Don't leave the house again. Whatever you do, do not leave your aunt and uncle's house. You heard me, said Uncle Vernon, bending forwards now, his massive purple face coming so close to Harry's, he actually felt flecks of spit hit his face. Get going. You were all keen to leave half an hour ago. I'm right behind you. Get out and never darken our doorstep again. Why we ever kept you in the first place, I don't know. Marge was right. It should have been the orphanage. We were too damn soft for our own good. Thought we could squash it out of you. Thought we could turn you normal. But you've been rotten from the beginning, and I've had enough. Owls! The fifth owl zoomed down the chimney so fast it actually hit the floor before zooming into the air again with a loud screech. Harry raised his hand to seize the letter, which was in a scarlet envelope, but it soared straight over his head, flying directly at Aunt Petunia, who let out a scream and ducked, her arms over her face. The owl dropped the red envelope on her head, turned, and flew straight back up the chimney. Harry darted forwards to pick up the letter, but Aunt Petunia beat him to it. You can open it if you like, said Harry, but I'll hear what it says anyway. That's a howler. Let go of it, Petunia, roared Uncle Vernon. Don't touch it. It could be dangerous. It's addressed to me, said Aunt Petunia in a shaking voice. It's addressed to me, Vernon. Look, Mrs. Petunia Dursley, the kitchen, number 4, Privet Drive. She caught her breath, horrified. The red envelope had begun to smoke. Open it, Harry urged her. Get it over with. It'll happen anyway. No! Aunt Petunia's hand was trembling. She looked wildly around the kitchen, as though looking for an escape route. But too late. The envelope burst into flames. Aunt Petunia screamed and dropped it. An awful voice filled the kitchen, echoing in the confined space, issuing from the burning letter on the table. Remember my last, Petunia? Aunt Petunia looked as though she might faint. She sank into the chair beside Dudley, her face in her hands, the remains of the envelope smouldering into ash in the silence. What is this? Uncle Vernon said hoarsely. What? I don't... Petunia? Aunt Petunia said nothing. Dudley was staring stupidly at his mother, his mouth hanging open. The silence spiraled horribly. Harry was watching his aunt, utterly bewildered, his head throbbing, fit to burst. Petunia, dear, said Uncle Vernon timidly. Petunia? She raised her head. She was still trembling. She swallowed. The boy will have to stay, Vernon, she said weakly. What? He stays, she said. She was not looking at Harry. She got to her feet again. But Petunia! If we throw him out, the neighbours will talk, she said. She was rapidly regaining her usual brisk, snappish manner, though she was still very pale. They'll all ask questions. They'll want to know where he's gone. When he's gone. We'll have to keep him. Uncle Vernon was deflating like an old tyre. Petunia, dear. Aunt Petunia ignored him. She turned to Harry. You're to stay in your room, she said. You're not to leave the house. Now go to bed. Harry didn't move. Who was the howler from? Don't ask questions, Aunt Petunia snapped. Are you in touch with wizards? I told you to get to bed. What did it mean? Remember the last what? Go to bed. How come? You heard your aunt. Now go up to bed. Chapter 3. The Advance Guard. I've just been attacked by Dementors, and I might be expelled from Hogwarts. I want to know what's going on and when I'm going to get out of here. Harry copied these words onto 3/4 pieces of parchment the moment he reached the desk in his dark bedroom. He addressed the first to Sirius, the second to Ron, and the third to Hermione. His owl, Hedwig, was off hunting. Her cage stood empty on the desk. Harry paced the bedroom, waiting for her to come back, his head pounding, his brain too busy for sleep, even though his eyes stung and itched with tiredness. His back ached from hauling Dudley home, and the 2 lumps on his head, where the window and Dudley had hit him, were throbbing painfully. Up and down he paced, consumed with anger and frustration, grinding his teeth and clenching his fists, casting angry looks out at the empty, star-strewn sky every time he passed the window. Dementors, sent to get him. Mrs. Figg and Mundungus Fletcher, tailing him in secret, then suspension from Hogwarts and a hearing at the Ministry of Magic, and still no one was telling him what was going on. And what had that howler been about, whose voice had echoed so horribly, so menacingly through the kitchen? Why was he still trapped here, without information? Why was everyone treating him like some naughty kid? Don't do any more magic, stay in the house. He kicked his school trunk as he passed it, but far from relieving his anger, he felt worse, as he now had a sharp pain in his toe to deal with in addition to the pain in the rest of his body. Just as he limped past the window, Hedwig soared through it with a soft rustle of wings, like a small ghost. About time, Harry snarled, as she landed lightly on top of her cage. You can put that down. I've got work for you. Hedwig's large, round, amber eyes gazed at him reproachfully over the dead frog clamped in her beak. Come here, said Harry, picking up the 3 small rolls of parchment and a leather thong and tying the scrolls to her scaly leg. Take these straight to Sirius, Ron and Hermione, and don't come back here without a good long reply. Keep pecking them till they've written decent-length answers, if you've got to. Understand? Hedwig gave a muffled hooting noise, her beak still full of frog. Get going, then, said Harry. She took off immediately. The moment she'd gone, Harry threw himself down on his bed, without undressing, and stared at the dark ceiling. In addition to every miserable feeling, he now felt guilty that he'd been irritable with Hedwig. She was the only friend he had at number 4 Privet Drive, but he'd make it up to her when she came back with the answers from Sirius, Ron and Hermione. They were bound to write back quickly. They couldn't possibly ignore a Dementor attack. He'd probably wake up tomorrow to 3 fat letters full of sympathy and plans for his immediate removal to the Burrow, and with that comforting idea sleep rolled over him, stifling all further thought. But Hedwig didn't return next morning. Harry spent the day in his bedroom, leaving it only to go to the bathroom. 3 times that day Aunt Petunia shoved food into his room through the cat flap Uncle Vernon had installed 3 summers ago. Every time Harry heard her approaching, he tried to question her about the howler, but he might as well have interrogated the doorknob for all the answers he got. Otherwise, the Dursleys kept well clear of his bedroom. Harry couldn't see the point of forcing his company on them. Another row would achieve nothing except perhaps make him so angry he'd perform more illegal magic. So it went on for 3 whole days. Harry was alternately filled with restless energy that made him unable to settle to anything, during which time he paced his bedroom, furious at the whole lot of them for leaving him to stew in this mess. While the
Yeah.
lethargy so
Give a
complete
hug.
that he
Well,
could lie on
rest
his
well,
bed for an hour
bored.
at a time, staring
Alright,
dazedly into
I
space,
should get going.
aching
That
with
howler
dread
wasn't
at
waking
the
me
thought
up.
of the
I
ministry
get
hero.
you. Get some
What if
rest.
they'd ruled against him? What if he was expelled?
Rest
and his wand was snapped in
easy.
half?
Get some
What would he do?
rest,
Where
my
would he
good
go?
friend.
He could not return to living full time with the
Get
Dursleys.
rest
Not
for
now he
both
knew
of
the other
us.
world, the one to which he really belonged. Might he be able to move into Sirius's house? As Sirius had suggested a year ago, before he'd been forced to flee from the ministry. Would Harry be allowed to live there alone, given that he was still underage? Or would the matter of where he went next be decided for him? Had his breach of the International Statute of Secrecy been severe enough to land him in a cell in Azkaban? Whenever this thought occurred, Harry invariably slid off his bed and began pacing again. On the fourth night after Hedwig's departure, Harry was lying in one of his apathetic phases, staring at the ceiling, his exhausted mind quite blank, when his uncle entered his bedroom. Harry looked slowly around at him. Uncle Vernon was wearing his best suit and an expression of enormous smugness. "We're going out," he said. "Sorry? That is to say, your Aunt Dudley and I, are going out." "Fine," said Harry dully, looking back at the ceiling. "You are not to leave your bedroom while we are away." "Okay." "You are not to touch the television, the stereo, or any of our possessions. Right? You're not to steal food from the fridge. Okay. I'm going to lock your door. You do that." Uncle Vernon glared at Harry, clearly suspicious of his lack of argument, then stomped out of the room, closed the door behind him. Harry heard the key turn in the lock, and Uncle Vernon's footsteps, walking heavily down the stairs. A few minutes later he heard the slamming of car doors, the rumble of an engine, and the unmistakable sound of the car sweeping out of the drive. Harry had no particular feeling about the Dursleys leaving. It made no difference to him whether they were in the house or not. He could not even summon the energy to get up and turn on his bedroom light. The room grew steadily darker around him as he lay listening to the night sounds through the window he kept open all the time, waiting for the blessed moment when Hedwig returned. The empty house creaked around him. The pipes gurgled. Harry lay there in a kind of stupor, thinking of nothing, suspended in misery. And then, quite distinctly, he heard a crash in the kitchen below. He sat bolt upright, listening intently. The Dursleys couldn't be back. It was much too soon, and in any case he hadn't heard their car. There was silence for a few seconds, then voices. Burglars, he thought, sliding off the bed on his feet. But a split second later it occurred to him that burglars would keep their voices down, and whoever was moving around in the kitchen was certainly not troubling to do so. He snatched up his wand from the bedside table and stood facing his bedroom door, listening with all his might. Next moment he jumped as the lock gave a loud click and his door swung open. Harry stood motionless, staring through the open doorway at the dark upstairs landing, straining his ears for further sounds, but none came. He hesitated for a moment, and then moved swiftly and silently out of his room to the head of the stairs. His heart shot upwards into his throat. There were people standing in the shadowy hall below, silhouetted against the streetlight, glowing through the glass door, 8 or 9 of them, all, as far as he could see, looking up at him. "Lower your wand, boy, before you take someone's eye out," said a low, growling voice. Harry's heart was thumping uncontrollably. He knew that voice, but he did not lower his wand. "Professor Moody," he said uncertainly. "I don't know so much about Professor," growled the voice. "Never got round to much teaching, did I? Get down here. We want to see you properly." Harry lowered his wand slightly, but did not relax his grip on it, nor did he move. He had a very good reason to be suspicious. He had recently spent 9 months in what he had thought was Mad-Eye Mooney's company, only to find that it wasn't Moody at all, but an impostor, moreover, who had tried to kill Harry before being unmasked. But before he could make a decision about what to do next, a second, slightly hoarse voice floated upstairs. "It's all right, Harry. We've come to take you away." Harry's heart leapt. He knew that voice too, though he hadn't heard it for over a year. Professor Lupin," he said disbelievingly. "Is that you?" "Why are we all standing in the dark?" said a third voice, this one completely unfamiliar. A woman's. Loomis. A wand tip flared, illuminating the hall with magical light. Harry blinked. The people below were crowded around the front of the stairs, gazing up at him intently, some craning their heads for a better look. Remus Lupin stood nearest to him. Though still quite young, Lupin looked tired and rather ill. He had more grey hairs than when Harry had last said goodbye to him, and his robes were more patched and shabbier than ever. Nevertheless, he was smiling broadly at Harry, who tried to smile back despite his state of shock. "Ooh, he looks just like I thought he would," said the witch, who was holding her lit wand aloft. She looked the youngest there. She had a pale-hearted shaped face, dark twinkling eyes, and short, spiky hair that was a violent shade of violet. Watcher, Harry? Yeah, I see what you mean, Remus, said a bold black wizard standing furthest back. He had a deep, slow voice and wore a single gold hoop in his ear. He looks exactly like James. Except the eyes, said a wheezy-voiced, silver-haired wizard at the back. Lily's eyes. Mad-Eye Moody, who had long, grizzled grey hair and a large chunk missing from his nose, was squinting suspiciously at Harry through his mismatched eyes. One eye was small, dark and beady, the other large, round and electric blue. A magical eye that could see through walls, doors and the back of Moody's own head. Are you quite sure it's him, Lupin? He growled. It'll be a nice lookout if we bring back some Death Eater impersonating him. We ought to ask him something only the real Potter would know, unless anyone brought any Veritaserum. Harry, what form does your Patronus take? Lupin asked. A stag, said Harry nervously. That's him, Mad-Eye, said Lupin. Very conscious of everybody still staring at him, Harry descended the stairs, stowing his wand in the back pocket of his jeans as he came. Don't put your wand away there, boy, said Moody. What if it's ignited? Better wizards than you have lost buttocks, you know. What? Who do you know who's lost a buttock? The violet-haired woman asked Mad-Eye interestedly. Never you mind. You just keep your wand out of your back pocket, growled Mad-Eye. Elementary wand safety. Nobody bothers about it any more. He stumped off towards the kitchen. And I saw that, he added irritably, as the woman rolled her eyes towards the ceiling. Lupin held out his hand and shook Harry's. How are you? He asked, looking closely at Harry. Fine. Harry could hardly believe this was real. 4 weeks with nothing, not the tiniest hint of a plan to remove him from Privet Drive, and suddenly a whole bunch of wizards were standing matter-of-factly in the house, as though there was a long-standing arrangement. He glanced at the people surrounding Lupin. They were all still gazing avidly at him. He felt very conscious of the fact that he had not combed his hair for 4 days. You're really lucky the Dursleys are out, he mumbled. Lucky, huh? Said the violet-haired woman. It was me who lured them out of the way, sent a letter by Muggle post telling them they'd been shortlisted for the All England Best Kept Suburban Lawn Competition, heading off to the prize giving right now, or they think they are. Harry had a fleeting vision of Uncle Vernon's face when he realised there was no All England Best Kept Suburban Lawn Competition. We are leaving, aren't we? He asked. Soon. Almost at once, said Lupin. We're just waiting for the all clear. Where are we going? The Burrow? Harry asked hopefully. Not the Burrow, no, said Lupin, motioning Harry towards the kitchen. The little knot of wizards followed, all still eyeing Harry curiously. Too risky. We've set up headquarters somewhere undetectable. It's taken a while. Mad-Eye Moody was now sitting at the kitchen table, swigging from a hip flask, his magical eye spinning in all directions, taking in the Dursleys' many labour-saving appliances. This is Alistair Moody, Harry, Lupin continued, pointing towards Moody. Yeah, I know, said Harry uncomfortably. It felt odd to be introduced to somebody he thought he'd known for a year. And this is Nymphadora. Don't call me Nymphadora, Remus, said the young witch with a shudder. It's Tonks. Nymphadora Tonks, who prefers to be known by her surname only, finished Lupin. So would you if your fool of a mummer had called you Nymphadora, muttered Tonks. And this is Kingsley Shacklebolt. He indicated the tall black wizard, who bowed. Elpheus Doge. The wheezy-voiced wizard nodded. Daedalus Diggle. We've met before, squeaked the excitable Diggle, dropping his violet-coloured top hat. Emmeline Vance. A stately-looking witch in an emerald green shawl inclined her head. Sturgis Podmore. A square-jawed wizard with thick, straw-coloured hair winked. And Hestia Jones. A pink-cheeked, black-haired witch waved from next to the toaster. Harry inclined his head awkwardly at each of them as they were introduced. He wished they would look at something other than him. It was as though he had suddenly been ushered on stage. He also wondered why so many of them were there. A surprising number of people volunteered to come and get you, said Lupin, as though he had read Harry's mind. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yeah, well, the more the better, said Moody darkly. We're your guard, Potter. We're just waiting for the signal to tell us it's safe to get off, said Lupin, glancing out of the kitchen window. We've got about 15 minutes. Very clean, aren't they, these muggles? Said the witch called Tonks, who was looking around the kitchen with great interest. My dad's muggle-born, and he's a right old slob. I suppose it varies, just as it does with wizards. Yeah, said Harry. Look. He turned back to Lupin. What's going on? I haven't heard anything from anyone. What's Several of the witches and wizards made odd hissing noises. Daedalus Diggle dropped his hat again, and Moody growled. Shut up! What? Said Harry. We're not discussing anything here. It's too risky, said Moody, turning his normal eye on Harry. His magical eye remained focused on the ceiling. Damn it, he added angrily, putting a hand up to the magical eye. It keeps getting stuck, ever since that scum wore it. And with a nasty squelching sound, much like a plunger being pulled from a sink, he popped out his eye. Mad-Eye, you do know that's disgusting, don't you? Said Tonks conversationally. Get me a glass of water, would you, Harry? Requested Moody. Harry crossed to the dishwasher, took out a clean glass, and filled it with water at the sink, still watched eagerly by the band of wizards. Their relentless staring was starting to annoy him. Cheers, said Moody, when Harry handed him the glass. He dropped the magical eyeball into the water and prodded it up and down. The eye whizzed around, staring at them all in turn. I want 360 degrees visibility on the return journey. How are we getting wherever we're going? Harry asked. Brooms, said Lupin. Only way. You're too young to apparate. They'll be watching the Flu network, and it's more than our life's worth to set up an unauthorized port key. Remus says you're a good flyer, said Kingsley Shacklebolt in his deep voice. He's excellent, said Lupin, who was checking his watch. Anyway, you'd better go and get packed, Harry. We want to be ready to go when the signal comes. I'll come and help you, said Tonks brightly. She followed Harry back into the hall and up the stairs, looking around with much curiosity and interest. Funny place, she said. It's a bit too clean. Do you know what I mean? A bit unnatural. Oh, this is better, she added as they entered Harry's bedroom, and he turned on the light. His room was certainly much messier than the rest of the house. Confined to it for 4 days in a very bad mood, Harry had not bothered tidying up after himself. Most of the books he owned were strewn over the floor where he tried to distract himself, with each in turn and thrown it aside. Hedwig's cage needed cleaning out and was starting to smell, and his trunk lay open, revealing a jumbled mixture of muggle clothes and wizard's robes that had spilled onto the floor around it. Harry started picking up books and throwing them hastily into his trunk. Tonks paused at his open wardrobe to look critically at her reflection in the mirror on the inside of the door. You know, I don't think violet's really my colour, she said pensively, tugging at a lock of spiky hair. Do you think it makes me look a bit peaky? Said Harry, looking up at her over the top of Quidditch teams of Britain and Ireland. Yeah, it does, said Tonks decisively. She screwed up her eyes in a strained expression as though she was struggling to remember something. A second later, her hair had turned bubblegum pink. How did you do that? Said Harry, gaping at her as she opened her eyes again.
Hello, how have you been?
Said, looking back at her reflection and turning her head
Holy
so she could see
this
her
looks
hair
sick.
from all directions.
Well,
it means
thank
I can
you.
change my appearance at will, she added, spotting Harry's puzzled expression in the mirror behind her. I was born
it's
once.
just
I got
like
foot
this.
marks and
It's not
concealment
too
and
bad.
disguise during aura training without any study
Hope
at
you've
all.
been doing
Great.
well,
You're an
Willow.
aura, said Harry, impressed. Being a dark
I have
wizard
been
catcher
pretty
was the
well.
only career he'd ever
Nice.
considered after Hogwarts. Yeah, said Tonks, looking around. Kingsley is as well. He's a bit higher up than me, though. I only qualified a year ago.
There you go.
I failed on stealth and tracking. I'm dead clumsy. Did you hear me break that plate when we arrived downstairs? Can you learn how to be a metamorphagus? Harry asked her, straightening up, completely forgetting about packing. Tonks chuckled. Bet you wouldn't mind hiding that scar sometimes, eh? Her eyes found the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. No, I wouldn't mind, Harry mumbled, turning away. He did not like people staring at his scar. Well, you'll have to learn the hard way, I'm afraid, said Tonks. Metamorphagi are really rare. They're born, not made. Most wizards need to use a wand or potions to change their appearance. But we've got to get going, Harry. We're supposed to be packing, she added guiltily, looking around at the mess on the floor. Oh, yeah, said Harry, grabbing a few more books. Don't
Just
be
listening
stupid.
to Harry
Potter.
Potter.
If I pack, cried Tompkins, waving her wand in a long, sweeping movement over the floor. Books, clothes, telescope, and scales all soared into the air and flew pell-mell into the trunk. It's not very neat, said Tonks, walking over to the trunk and looking down at the jumble inside. My mum's got this knack of getting stuff to fit itself in neatly. She even gets the socks to fold themselves, but I've never mastered how she does it. It's kind of a flick. She flicked her wand hopefully. One of Harry's socks gave a feeble sort of wiggle and flopped back on top of the mess in the trunk. Ah well, said Tonks, slamming the trunk's lid shut. At least it's all in. That could do with a bit of cleaning too. She pointed her wand at Hedwig's cage. Scourgify! A few feathers and droppings vanished. Well, that's a bit better. I've never quite got the hang of those householdy sort of spells. Right, got everything. Cauldron, broom. Wow, a firebolt. Her eyes widened as they fell on the broomstick in Harry's right hand. It was his pride and joy, a gift from Sirius, an international standard broomstick. And I'm still riding a Comet 260, said Tonks enviously. Oh well, one still in your jeans, both buttocks still on. Okay, let's go. Locomotor trunk. Harry's trunk rose a few inches into the air.
Hope
Holding her wand like a
everything's
conductor's
been
baton,
good.
Tonks made the
How's
trunk
your
hover
streaming
across the
been?
room.
How's
And
everything
out of the
been
door
with
ahead
the
of them,
streaming and
Hedwig's
stuff like
cage in her
that?
left hand, Harry followed her down the stairs, carrying his broomstick. Back in the kitchen, Moody had replaced his eye, which was spinning so fast after its cleaning it made Harry feel sick to look at it. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Sturgis Podmore were examining the microwave, and Hestia Jones was laughing at a potato peeler she had come across while rummaging in the drawers. Lupin was sealing a letter addressed to the Dursleys. Excellent, said Lupin, looking up as Tonks and Harry entered. We've got about a minute, I think. We should probably get out into the garden so we're ready, Harry. I've left a letter telling your aunt and uncle not to worry. They won't, said Harry. That you're safe. That'll just depress them. And you'll see them next summer. Do I have to? Lupin smiled but made no answer. Come here, boy, said Moody gruffly, beckoning Harry towards him with his wand. I need to disillusion you. You need to what? Said Harry nervously. Disillusionment charm, said Moody, raising his wand. Lupin says you've got an invisibility cloak, but it won't stay on while we're flying. This'll disguise you better. Here you go. He rapped them hard on the top of the head, and Harry felt a curious sensation as though Moody had just smashed an egg there. Cold trickles seemed to be running down his body from the point the wand had struck. Nice one, Mad-Eye, said Tonks appreciatively, staring at Harry's midriff. Harry looked down at his body, or rather what had been his body, for it didn't look anything like his anymore. It was not invisible. It had simply taken on the exact colour and texture of the kitchen unit behind him. He seemed to have become a human chameleon. Come on, said Moody, unlocking the back door with his wand. They all stepped outside onto Uncle Vernon's beautifully kept lawn. Clear night, grunted Moody, his magical eyes scanning the heavens. Could have done with a bit more cloud cover. Right, you. He barked at Harry. We're going to be flying in close formation. Tonks will be right in front of you. Keep close on her tail. Lupin will be covering you from below. I'm going to be behind you. The rest will be circling us. We don't break ranks for anything. Got me? If one of us is killed... Is that likely? Harry asked apprehensively, but Moody ignored him. The others keep flying. Don't stop. Don't break ranks. If they take all of us and you survive, Harry, the rear guard are standing by to take over. Keep flying east and they'll join you. Stop being so cheerful, Mad-Eye. He'll think we're not taking him this seriously, said Tonks, as she strapped Harry's trunk and Hedwig's cage into a harness hanging from her broom. I'm just telling the boy the plan, growled Moody. Our job's to deliver him safely to headquarters, and if we die in the attempt... No one's going to die, said Kingsley Shacklebolt in his deep, calming voice. Mount your brooms. That's the first signal, said Lupin sharply, pointing into the sky. Far, far above them, a shower of bright red sparks had flared among the stars. Harry recognized them at once as wand sparks. He swung his right leg over his firebolt, gripped its handle tightly, and felt it vibrating very slightly, as though it was as keen as he was to be up in the air once more. Second signal, let's go, said Lupin loudly, as more sparks, green this time, exploded high above them. Harry kicked off hard from the ground. The cool night air rushed through his hair as the neat square gardens of Privet Drive fell away, shrinking rapidly into a patchwork of dark greens and blacks, and every thought of the ministry hearing was swept from his mind, as though a rush of air had blown it out of his head. He felt as though his heart was going to explode with pleasure. He was flying again, flying away from Privet Drive, as he'd been fantasizing about all summer. He was going home. For a few glorious moments, all his problems seemed to recede to nothing, insignificant in the vast starry sky. Hard left! Hard left! There's a muggle looking up! Shouted Moody from behind him. Tonks swerved and Harry followed her, watching his trunk swinging wildly beneath her broom. We need more height! Give it another quarter of a mile! Harry's eyes watered in the chill as they soared upwards. He could see nothing below them now, but tiny pinpricks of light that were car headlights and street lamps. Two of those tiny lights might belong to Uncle Vernon's car. The Dursleys would be heading back to their empty house right now, full of rage about the non-existent lawn competition, and Harry laughed aloud at the thought, though his voice was drowned by the flapping robes of the others, the creaking of the harness holding his trunk in the cage, and the whoosh of the wind in their ears as they sped through the air. He had not felt this alive in a month, or this happy. Bearing south, shouted Mad-Eye. Town ahead! They soared right to avoid passing directly over the glittering spider's web of lights below. Bear southeast and keep climbing. There's some low cloud ahead. We can lose ourselves in, called Moody. We're not going through clouds, shouted Tonks angrily. We'll get soaked, Mad-Eye. Harry was relieved to hear her say this. His hands were growing numb on the firebolt's handle. He wished he had thought to put on a coat. He was starting to shiver. They altered their course every now and then, according to Mad-Eye's instructions. Harry's eyes were screwed up against the rush of icy wind that was starting to make his ears ache. He could remember being this cold on a broom only once before, during the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff in his 3rd year, which had taken place in a storm. The guard around him was circling continuously, like giant birds of prey. Harry lost track of time. He wondered how long they'd been flying. It felt like an hour at least. "Turning southwest," yelled Moody. "We want to avoid the motorway." Harry was now so chilled, he thought longingly of the snug, dry interiors of the cars streaming along below, then even more longingly of travelling by flue powder. It might be uncomfortable to spin around in fireplaces, but it was at least warm in the flames. Kingsley Shacklebolt swooped around him, bold pate and earring gleaming slightly in the moonlight. Now Emmeline Vance was on his right, her wand out, her head turning left and right. Then she too swooped over him to be replaced by Sturgis Podmore. "We ought to double back for a bit, just to make sure we're not being followed," Moody shouted. "Are you mad, Mad-Eye?" Tonks screamed from the front. "We're all frozen to our brooms. If we keep going off course, we're not going to get there until next week. Besides, we're nearly there now." "Time to start the descent," came Lupin's voice. "Follow Tonks, Harry." Harry followed Tonks into a dive. They were heading into the largest collection of lights he had yet seen, a huge, sprawling, crisscrossing mass, glittering in lines of grids, interspersed with patches of deepest black. Lower and lower they flew, until Harry could see individual headlights and street lamps, chimneys and television aerials. He wanted to reach the ground very much, though he felt sure someone would have to unfreeze him from his broom. "Here we go," called Tonks, and a few seconds later she had landed. Harry touched down right behind her and dismounted on a patch of unkempt grass in the middle of a small square. Tonks was already unbuckling Harry's trunk. Shivering, Harry looked around. The grimy fronts of the surrounding houses were not welcoming. Some of them had broken windows, glimmering dully in the light from the street lamps. Paint was peeling from many of the doors, and heaps of rubbish lay outside several sets of front steps. "Where are we?" Harry asked, but Lupin said quietly, "In a minute." Moody was rummaging in his cloak, his gnarled hands clumsy with cold. "Got it," he muttered, raising what looked like a silver cigarette lighter into the air and clicking it. The nearest street light went out with a pop. He clicked the unlighter again. The next lamp went out. He kept clicking until every lamp in the square was extinguished and the only remaining light came from curtained windows and the sickle moon overhead. "Borrowed it from Dumbledore," growled Moody, pocketing the put-outer. They'll take care of any muggles looking out of the window, see? Now, come on quick." He took Harry by the arm and led him from the patch of grass across the road and onto the pavement. Lupin and Tonks followed, carrying Harry's trunk between them, the rest of the guard, all with their wands out, flanking them. The muffled pounding of a stereo was coming from an upper window in the nearest house. A pungent smell of rotting rubbish came from the pile of bulging bin bags just inside the broken gate. "Here," Moody muttered, thrusting a piece of parchment towards Harry's disillusioned hand and holding his lit wand close to it, so as to illuminate the writing. "Read quickly and memorize." Harry looked down at the piece of paper. The narrow handwriting was vaguely familiar. It said, "The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London." Chapter 4. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. "What's the order of the, Harry began. "Not here, boy," snarled Moody. "Wait till we're inside." He pulled the piece of parchment out of Harry's hand and set fire to it with his wand tip. As the message curled into flames and floated to the ground, Harry looked around at the houses again. They were standing outside number 11. He looked to the left and saw number 10. To the right, however, was number 13. But where's... "Think about what you've just memorized," said Lupin quietly. Harry thought, and no sooner had he reached the part about number 12 Grimmauld Place than a battered door emerged out of nowhere between numbers 11 and 13, followed swiftly by dirty walls and grimy windows. It was as though an extra house had inflated, pushing those on either side of it out of its way. Harry gaped at it. The stereo in number 11 thudded on. Apparently the muggles inside hadn't felt anything. "Come on, Harry." "Hurry," growled Moody, prodding Harry in the back. Harry walked up in the worn stone steps, staring at the newly materialized door. Its black paint was shabby and scratched. The silver door knocker was in the form of a twisted serpent. There was no keyhole or letterbox. Lupin pulled out his wand and tapped the door once. Harry heard many loud metallic clicks and what sounded like the clatter of a chain. The door creaked open. "Get in quick, Harry," Lupin whispered, "but don't go far inside and don't touch anything." Harry stepped over the threshold into the almost total darkness of the hall. He could smell damp, dust, and a sweetish, rotting smell. The place had the feeling of a derelict building. He looked over his shoulder and saw the others filing on in behind him, Lupin and Tonks carrying his trunk and Hedwig's cage. Moody was standing on the top step, releasing the balls of light the put-outer had stolen from the street lamps. They flew back to their bulbs, and the square glowed momentarily with orange light before Moody limped inside and closed the front door, so that the darkness in the hall became complete. Here! He'd rapped Harry hard over the head with his wand. Harry felt as though something hot was trickling down his back this time, and knew that the disillusionment charm must have lifted. Now, stay still, everyone, while I give us a bit of light in here, Moody whispered. The others' hushed voices were giving Harry an odd feeling of foreboding. It was as though they had just entered the house of a dying person. He heard a soft hissing noise, and then old-fashioned gas lamps spluttered into life all along the walls, casting a flickering, insubstantial light over the peeling wallpaper and threadbare carpet of a long, gloomy hallway, where a cobwebby chandelier glimmered overhead and age-blackened portraits hung crooked on the walls. Harry heard something scuttling behind the skirting board. Both the chandelier and the candelabra on a rickety table nearby were shaped like serpents. There were hurried footsteps, and Ron's mother, Mrs. Weasley, emerged from a door at the far end of the hall. She was beaming in welcome as she hurried towards them, though Harry noticed that she was rather thinner and paler than she had been the last time he had seen her. "Oh, Harry, it's lovely to see you," she whispered, pulling him into a rib-cracking hug before holding him at arm's length and examining him critically. "You're looking peaky. You need feeding up, but you'll have to wait a bit for dinner, I'm afraid." She turned to the gang of wizards behind him and whispered urgently, "He's just arrived. The meeting started." The wizards behind Harry all made noises of interest and excitement and began filing past him towards the door through which Mrs. Weasley had just come. Harry made to follow Lupin, but Mrs. Weasley held him back. "No, Harry, the meeting's only for members of the Order. Ron and Hermione are upstairs. You can wait with them until the meeting's over, then we'll have dinner. And keep your voice down in the hall," she added in an urgent whisper. "Why? I don't want anything to wake up." "What do you? I'll explain later. I've got to hurry. I'm supposed to be at the meeting. I'll just show you where you're sleeping." Pressing her finger to her lips, she led him, on tiptoe, past a pair of long, moth-eaten curtains, behind which Harry supposed there must be another door, and after skirting a large umbrella stand that looked as though it had been made from a severed troll's leg, they started up the dark staircase, passing a row of shrunken heads mounted on plaques on the wall. A closer look showed Harry that the heads belonged to house elves. All of them had some rather snout-like nose. Harry's bewilderment deepened with every step he took. What on earth were they doing in a house that looked as though it belonged to the darkest of wizards? "Mrs. Weasley, why? Ron and Hermione will explain everything, dear. I've really got to dash," Mrs. Weasley whispered distractedly. There, they had reached the second landing. "You're the door on the right. I'll call you when it's over." And she hurried off downstairs again. Harry crossed the dingy landing, turned the bedroom doorknob, which was shaped like a serpent's head, and opened the door. He caught a brief glimpse of a gloomy, high-ceilinged, twin-bedded room where there was a loud twittering noise, followed by an even louder shriek, and his vision was completely obscured by a large quantity of very bushy hair. Hermione had thrown herself onto him in a hug that nearly knocked him flat, while Ron's tiny owl, Pigwidgeon, zoomed excitedly round and around their heads. "Harry! Ron! He's here! Harry's here!" We didn't hear you arrive. "Oh, how are you? Are you all right? Have you been furious with us? I bet you have. I know our letters were useless, but we couldn't tell you anything. Dumbledore made us swear we wouldn't. Oh, we've got so much to tell you, and you've got things to tell us. The Dementors. When we heard, and that ministry hearing, it's just outrageous. I've looked it all up. They can't expel you. They just can't. There's provision in the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery for the use of magic in life-threatening situations." "Let him breathe, Hermione," said Ron, grinning as he closed the door behind Harry. He seemed to have grown several more inches during their month apart, making him taller and more gangly-looking than ever, though the long nose, bright red hair, and freckles were the same. Still beaming, Hermione let go of Harry, but before she could say another word, there was a soft whooshing sound, and something white soared from the top of the dark wardrobe and landed gently on Harry's shoulder. "Hedwig!" The snowy owl clicked her beak and nibbled his ear affectionately as Harry stroked her feathers. "She's been in a right state," said Ron. "Pecked us half to death when she brought your last letters. Look at this." He showed Harry the index finger of his right hand, which sported a half-healed but clearly deep cut. "Oh yeah," Harry said. "Sorry about that, but I wanted answers, you know." We wanted to give them to you, mate, said Ron. Hermione was going spare. She kept saying you'd do something stupid if you were stuck all on your own without news, but Dumbledore made us. Swear not to tell me, said Harry. Yeah, Hermione's already said. The warm glow that had flared inside him at the sight of his two best friends was extinguished as something icy flooded the pit of his stomach. All of a sudden, after yearning to see them for a solid month, he felt he would rather Ron and Hermione left him alone. There was a strained silence in which Harry stroked Hedwig automatically, not looking at either of the others. He seemed to think it was best, said Hermione rather breathlessly. Dumbledore, I mean. Right, said Harry. He noticed that her hands, too, bore the marks of Hedwig's beak, and found that he was not at all sorry. I think he thought you were safest, with the muggles, Ron began. Yeah, said Harry, raising his eyebrows. Have either of you been attacked by Dementors this summer? Well, no, but that's why he's had people from the Order of the Phoenix tailing you all the time. Harry felt a great jolt in his guts as though he had just missed a step going downstairs. So everyone had known he was being followed except him. Didn't work that well, though, did it? Said Harry, doing his utmost to keep his voice even. Had to look after myself after all, didn't I? He was so angry, said Hermione, in an almost awestruck voice. Dumbledore, we saw him. When he found out Mundungus had left before his shift had ended, he was scary. Well, I'm glad he left, Harry said coldly. If he hadn't, I wouldn't have done magic, and Dumbledore would probably have left me at Privet Drive all summer. Aren't you worried about the Ministry of Magic hearing? Said Hermione quietly. No, Harry said defiantly. He walked away from them, looking around, with Hedwig nestled contentedly on his shoulder. But this room was not likely to raise his spirits. It was dank and dark. A blank stretch of canvas in an ornate picture frame was all that relieved the bareness of the peeling walls, and as Harry passed it, he thought he heard someone, who was lurking out of sight, snigger. So why's Dumbledore been so keen to keep me in the dark? Harry asked, still trying hard to keep his voice casual. Did you, bother to ask him at all? He glanced up just in time to see them exchanging a look that told him he was behaving just as they had feared he would. It did nothing to improve his temper. We told Dumbledore we wanted to tell you what was going on, said Ron. We did, mate, but he's really busy now. We've only seen him twice since we came here, and he didn't have much time. He just made us swear not to tell you important stuff when we wrote. He said the owls might be intercepted. He could still have kept me informed if he'd wanted to, Harry said shortly. You're not telling me he doesn't know ways to send messages without owls? Hermione glanced at Ron and then said, I thought that too, but he didn't want you to know anything. Maybe he thinks I can't be trusted, said Harry, watching their expressions. Don't be thick, said Ron, looking highly disconcerted. Or that I can't take care of myself. Of course he doesn't think that, said Hermione anxiously. So how come I have to stay at the Dursleys while you two get to join in everything that's going on here, said Harry,
Right.
tumbling over one another in a rush, his voice growing louder with every word. How come you two are allowed to know everything that's going on? We're not, Ron interrupted. Mum won't let us hear the meetings. She says we're too young. But before he knew it, Harry was shouting. So you haven't been in the meetings? Big deal. You've still been here, haven't you? You've still been together. Me, I've been stuck at the Dursleys for a month, and I've handled more than you two ever managed, and Dumbledore knows it. Who saved the Philosopher's Stone? Who got rid of Riddle? Who saved both your skins from the Dementors? Every bitter and resentful thought Harry had had in the past month was pouring out of him. His frustration at the lack of news, the hurt that they had all been together without him, his fury at being followed, not told about it. All the feelings. He was half ashamed to finally burst out their boundaries. Hedwig took fright at the noise and soared up into the top of the wardrobe again. Pigwidgeon twittered in alarm and zoomed even faster around their heads. Who had to get past dragons and sphinxes and every other foul thing last year? Who saw him come back? Who had to escape from him? Me. Ron was standing there with his mouth half open, clearly stunned, at a loss for anything to say, whilst Hermione looked on the verge of tears. But why should I know what's going on? Why should anyone bother to tell me what's been happening? Harry, we wanted to tell you, we really did, Hermione began. Can't have wanted to do that much, can you? Or you'd have sent me an owl, but Dumbledore made you swear. Well, he did. 4 weeks I've been stuck in Privet Drive, nicking papers out of bins to try and find out what's been going on. We wanted to. I suppose you've been having a real laugh, haven't you, all holed up here together? No, honest. Harry, we're really sorry, said Hermione desperately, her eyes now sparkling with tears. You're absolutely right, Harry. I'd be furious if it was me. Harry glared at her, still breathing deeply, then turned away from them again, pacing up and down. Hedwig hooted glumly from the top of the wardrobe. There was a long pause, broken only by the mournful creak of the floorboards below Harry's feet. What is this place, anyway? He shot at Ron and Hermione. Headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, said Ron at once. Is anyone going to bother to tell me what the Order of the Phoenix? It's a secret society, said Hermione quickly. Dumbledore's in charge. He founded it. It's the people who fought against you-know-who last time. Who's in it? Said Harry, coming to a halt with his hands in his pockets. Quite a few people. We've met about 20 of them, said Ron, but we think there are more. Harry glared at them. Well, he demanded, looking from one to the other. Said Ron. Well, what? Voldemort, said Harry furiously, and both Ron and Hermione winced. What's happening? What's he up to? Where is he? What are we doing to stop him? We've told you. The Order don't let us in on their meetings, said Hermione nervously, so we don't know the details, but we've got a general idea, she added hastily, seeing the look on Harry's face. Fred and George have invented extendable ears. See, said Ron. They're really useful. Extendable? Ears, yeah. Only we've had to stop using them lately because Mum found out and went berserk. Fred and George had to hide them all to stop Mum binning them, but we had a good bit of use out of them before Mum realised what was going on. We know some of the Order are following known Death Eaters.
Grumpy
Them,
Harry.
you know.
Grumpy.
Some of them are working on recruiting more people to the Order.
How have you been today, Heathen? How was your sleep?
Said Ron. They're always talking about guard duty. Couldn't have been me, could it? Said Harry sarcastically. Oh, yeah, said Ron, with a look of dawning comprehension. Harry snorted. He walked around the room again, looking anywhere but at Ron and Hermione. So, what have you two been doing, if you're not allowed in meetings? He demanded. You said you've been busy. We have, said Hermione quickly. We've been decontaminating this house. It's been empty for ages and stuff's been breeding in here. We've managed to clean out the kitchen, most of the bedrooms, and I think we're doing the drawing room tomorrow. Ah! With two loud cracks, Fred and George, Ron's elder twin brothers, had materialised out of thin air in the middle of the room. Pigwidgeon twittered more wildly than ever and zoomed off to join Hedwig on top of the wardrobe. Stop doing that, Hermione said weakly to the twins, who were as vividly red-haired as Ron, though stockier and slightly shorter. Hello, Harry, said George, beaming at him. We thought we heard your dulcet tones. You don't want to bottle up your anger like that, Harry. Let it all out,
it was
said
good.
Fred, also beaming.
Up to get child ready for school. He needs to be ready. Ready for it.
Your operation tests, then, said Harry grumpily. With distinction, said Fred, who was holding what looked like a piece of very long, flesh-coloured string. It would have taken you about 30 seconds longer to walk down the stairs, said Ron. Time is galleons, little brother, said Fred. Anyway, Harry, you're interfering with reception. Extendable ears, he added in response to Harry's raised eyebrows, and held up the string which Harry was now trailing out onto the landing. We're trying to hear what's going on downstairs. You want to be careful, said Ron, staring at the ear. If Mum sees one of them again, it's worth
He needs to get
ready. There's a major meeting they're having, said Fred. The door opened, and a long mane of red hair appeared. Oh, hello, Harry, said Ron's younger sister Ginny, brightly. I thought I heard your voice. Turning to Fred and George, she said, It's no go with the extendable ears. She's gone and put an imperturbable charm on the kitchen door. How do you know, said George, looking crestfallen. Tonks told me how to find out, said Ginny. You just chuck stuff at the door, and if it can't make contact, the door's been imperturbed. I've been flicking dung dot bombs at it from the top of the stairs, and they just soar away from it, so there's no way the extendable ears will be able to get under the gap. Fred heaved a deep sigh. Shame. Really fancied finding out what old Snape's been up to. Snape, said Harry quickly. Is he here? Yeah, said George, carefully closing the door and sitting down on one of the beds. Fred and Ginny followed, giving a report, top secret. Git, said Fred idly. He's on our side now, said Hermione reprovingly. Ron snorted. Doesn't stop him being a git. The way he looks at us when he sees us. Bill doesn't like him either, said Ginny, as though that settled the matter. Harry was not sure his anger had abated yet, but his thirst for information was now overcoming his urge to keep shouting. He sank onto the bed opposite the others. Is Bill here? He asked. I thought he was working in Egypt. He applied for a desk job so he could come home and work for the Order, said Fred. He says he misses the tombs, but he smirked. There are compensations. What do you mean? Remember old Fleur Delacour, said George. She's got a job at Gringotts to improve English. And Bill's been giving her a lot of private lessons, sniggered Fred. Charlie's in the Order too, said George, but he's still in Romania. Dumbledore wants us as many foreign wizards brought in as possible, so Charlie's trying to make contacts on his days off. Couldn't Percy do that? Harry asked. The last he had heard, the third Weasley brother was working in the Department of International Magical Cooperation in the Ministry of Magic. At Harry's words, all the Weasleys and Hermione exchanged darkly significant looks. Whatever you do, don't mention Percy in front of Mum and Dad, Ron told Harry in a tense voice. Why not? Because every time Percy's name's mentioned, Dad breaks whatever he's holding, and Mum starts crying, Fred said. It's been awful, said Ginny sadly. I think we're all well shot of him, said George, with an uncharacteristically ugly look on his face. What's happened? Harry said. Percy and Dad had a row, said Fred. I've never seen Dad row with anyone like that. It's normally Mum who shouts. It was the first week back after term ended, said Ron. We were about to come and join the order. Percy came home and told us he'd been promoted. You're kidding, said Harry. Though he knew perfectly well that Percy was highly ambitious. Harry's impression was that Percy had not made a great success of his first job at the Ministry of Magic. Percy had committed the fairly large oversight of failing to notice that his boss was being controlled by Lord Voldemort. Not that the Ministry had believed it. They all thought Mr. Crouch had gone mad. Yeah, we were all surprised, said George, because Percy got into a load of trouble about Crouch. There was an inquiry and everything. They said Percy ought to have realised Crouch was off his rocker and informed a superior. But you know Percy, Crouch left him in charge. He wasn't going to complain. So how can they promoted him? That's exactly what we wondered, said Ron, who seemed very keen to keep normal conversation going now that Harry had stopped yelling. He came home really pleased with himself, even more pleased than usual, if you can imagine that, and told Dad he'd been offered a position in Fudge's own office, a really good one for someone only a year out of Hogwarts, junior assistant to the minister. He expected Dad to be all impressed, I think. Only Dad wasn't, said Fred grimly. Why not? Said Harry. Well, apparently Fudge has been storming around the ministry checking that nobody's having any contact with Dumbledore, said George. Dumbledore's name is mud with the ministry these days, see, said Fred. They all think he's just making trouble, saying you-know-who's back. Dad says Fudge has made it clear that anyone who's in league with Dumbledore can clear out their desks, said George. Trouble is, Fudge suspects Dad. He knows he's friendly with Dumbledore, and he's always thought Dad's a bit of a weirdo because of his muggle obsession. But what's that got to do with Percy? Asked Harry, confused. I'm coming to that. Dad reckons Fudge only wants Percy in his office because he wants to use him as a spy on the family, said Dumbledore. Harry let out a low whistle. But Percy loved that. Ron laughed in a hollow sort of way. He went completely berserk, he said. Well, he said loads of terrible stuff. He said he's been having to struggle against Dad's lousy reputation ever since he joined the ministry, and that Dad's got no ambition, and that's why we've always been, not had a lot of money. I mean, what? Said Harry in disbelief, as Ginny made a noise like an angry cat. I know, said Ron in a low voice, and it got worse. He said Dad was an idiot to run around with Dumbledore, that Dumbledore was heading for big trouble, and Dad was going to go down with him, and that he, Percy, knew where his loyalty lay, and it was with the ministry. And if Mum and Dad were going to become traitors to the ministry, he was going to make sure everyone knew he didn't belong to our family anymore. And he packed his bags the same night and left. He's living here in London now. Harry swore under his breath. He had always liked Percy least of Ron's brothers, but he never imagined he would say such things to Mr. Weasley. Mum's been in a right state, said Ron, crying and stuff. She came up to London to try and talk to Percy, but he slammed the door in her face. I don't know what he does. I don't know what he does if he meets Dad at work. Ignores him, I suppose. But Percy must know Voldemort's back, said Harry slowly. He's not stupid. He must know your Mum and Dad wouldn't risk everything without proof. Yeah, well, your name got dragged into the row, said Ron, shooting Harry a furtive look. Percy said the only evidence was your word, and I don't know, he didn't think it was good enough. Percy takes the Daily Prophet seriously, said Hermione tartly, and the others all nodded. What are you talking about? Harry asked, looking around at them all. They were all regarding him wearily. Haven't you been getting the Daily Prophet? Hermione asked nervously. Yeah, I have, said Harry. Have you, been reading it thoroughly? Hermione asked, still more anxiously. Not cover to cover, said Harry defensively. If they were going to report anything about Voldemort, it would be headline news, wouldn't it? The others flinched at the sound of the name. Hermione hurried on. Well, you'd need to read it cover to cover to pick it up, but they mention you a couple of times a week. But I'd have seen. Not if you've only been reading the front page, you wouldn't, said Hermione, shaking her head. I'm not talking about big articles. They just slip you in, like you're a standing joke. What do you... It's quite nasty, actually, said Hermione in a voice of forced calm. They're just building on Rita's stuff. But she's not writing for them anymore, is she? Oh, no, she's kept her promise. Not that she's got any choice, Hermione added with satisfaction, but she laid the foundation for what they're trying to do now. Which is what? Said Harry impatiently. OK, she wrote that you were collapsing all over the place and saying your scar was hurting and all that. Yeah, said Harry, who was not likely to forget Rita Skeeter's stories about him in a hurry. Well, They're writing about you as though you're this deluded attention-seeking person who thinks he's a great tragic hero or something, said Hermione very fast, as though it would be less unpleasant for Harry to hear these facts quickly. They keep slipping in snide comments about you. If some far-fetched story appears, they say something like, a tale worthy of Harry Potter, and if anyone has a funny accident or anything, it's, let's hope he hasn't got a scar on his forehead, or we'll be asked to worship him next. I don't want anyone to worship, Harry began hotly. I know you don't, said Hermione quickly, looking frightened. I know, Harry, but you see what they're doing. They want to turn you into someone nobody will believe. Fudge is behind it. I'll bet anything. They want wizards on the street to think you're just some stupid boy who's a bit of a joke, who tells ridiculous tall stories because he loves being famous and wants to keep it going. I didn't ask. I didn't want. Voldemort killed my parents, Harry spluttered. I got famous because he murdered my family, but couldn't kill me. Who wants to be famous for that? Don't they think I'd rather it'd never... We know, Harry, said Ginny earnestly. And of course, they didn't report a word about the Dementors attacking you, said Hermione. Someone's told them to keep that quiet. That should have been a really big story. Out-of-control Dementors. They haven't even reported that you broke the International Statute of Secrecy. We thought they would. It would tie in well with this image of you as some stupid show-off. We think they're biding their time until you're expelled. Then they're really going to go to town. I mean, if you're expelled, obviously, she went on hastily, you really shouldn't be, not if they abide by their own laws. There's no case against you. They were back on the hearing, and Harry did not want to think about that. He cast around for another change of subject, but was saved the necessity of finding one by the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. Uh-oh. Fred gave the extendable ear a hearty tug. There was another loud crack, and he and George vanished. Seconds later, Mrs. Weasley appeared in the bedroom doorway. The meeting's over. You can come down and have dinner now. Everyone's dying to see you, Harry. And who's left all these dung bombs outside the kitchen door? Crookshanks, said Ginny unblushingly. He loves playing with them. Oh, says Mrs. Weasley. I thought it might have been Creature. He keeps doing odd things like that. Now, don't forget to keep your voices down on the hall. Ginny, your hands are filthy. What have you been doing? Go and wash them before dinner, please. Ginny grimaced at the others and followed her mother out of the room, leaving Harry alone with Ron and Hermione. Both of them were watching him apprehensively, as though they feared he would start shouting again, now that everyone else had gone. The sight of them looking so nervous made him feel slightly ashamed. Look, he muttered, but Ron shook his head, and Hermione said quietly, We knew you'd be angry, Harry. We really didn't blame you. But you've got to understand, we did try to persuade Dumbledore. Yeah, I know, said Harry shortly. He cast around for a topic that didn't involve his headmaster, because the very thought of Dumbledore made Harry's insides hurt with anger again. Whose Creature? He asked. The house elf who lives here, said Ron. Nutter. Huh, never met one like him. Hermione frowned at Ron. He's not a nutter, Ron. His life's ambition is to have his head cut off and stuck up on a plaque just like his mother, said Ron irritably. Is that normal, Hermione? Well, if he is a bit strange, it's not his fault. Ron rolled his eyes at Harry. Hermione still hasn't given up on the SPEW, spew. It's not spew, said Hermione heatedly. It's the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. And it's not just me. Dumbledore says we should be kind to Creature too. Yeah, said Ron. Come on, I'm starving. He led the way out of the door and onto the landing, but before they could descend the stairs, Hold it, Ron breathed, flinging out his arm to stop Harry and Hermione walking any further. They're still in the hall. We might be able to hear something. The three of them looked cautiously over the banisters. The gloomy hallway below was packed with witches and wizards, including all of Harry's guard. They were whispering excitedly together. In the very centre of the group, Harry saw the dark, greasy-haired head and prominent nose of his least favourite teacher at Hogwarts, Professor Snape. Harry leant further over the banisters. He was very interested in what Snape was doing for the Order of the Phoenix. A thin piece of flesh-coloured string descended in front of Harry's eyes. Looking up, he saw Fred and George on the landing above, cautiously lowering the extendable ear towards the dark knot of people below. A moment later, however, they all began to move towards the front door and out of sight. Damn it, Harry heard Fred whisper as he hoisted the extendable ear back up again. They heard the front door open and then close. Snape never eats here, Ron told Harry quietly. Thank God. Come on. And don't forget to keep your voice down in the hall, Harry, Hermione whispered. As they passed the row of house elf heads on the wall, they saw Lupin, Mrs. Weasley, and Tonks at the front door, magically sealing its many locks and bolts behind those who had just left. We're eating down in the kitchen, Mrs. Weasley whispered, meeting them at the bottom of the stairs. Harry, dear, If you'll just tiptoe across the hall, it's through this door here. Crash! Tonks! Cried Mrs. Weasley in exasperation, turning to look behind her. I'm sorry, wailed Tonks, who was lying flat on the floor. It's that stupid umbrella stand. That's the second time I've tripped over. But the rest of her words were drowned by a horrible, ear-splitting, blood-curdling screech. The moth-eaten velvet curtains Harry had passed earlier had flown apart, but there was no door behind them. For a split second, Harry thought he was looking through a window behind which an old woman in a black cap was screaming and screaming, as though she were being tortured. Then he realized it was simply a life-size portrait, but the most realistic and the most unpleasant he had ever seen in his life. The old woman was drooling, her eyes were rolling, the yellowing skin of her face stretched taut as she screamed, and all along the hall behind them the other portraits awoke and began to yell too, so that Harry actually screwed up his eyes at the noise and clapped his hands over his ears. Lupin and Mrs. Weasley darted forward and tried to tug the curtains shut over the old woman, but they would not close, and she screeched louder than ever, brandishing clawed hands as though trying to tear at their faces. Filth! Scum! Byproducts of dirt and vileness, half-breeds, mutants, freaks, be gone from this place. How dare you befoul the house of my fathers? Tonks apologized over and over again, dragging the huge, heavy troll's leg back off the floor. Mrs. Weasley abandoned the attempt to close the curtains and hurried up and down the hall, stunning all the other portraits with her wand, and a man with long black hair came charging out of a door facing Harry. Shut up, you horrible old hag! Shut up! He roared, seizing the curtain Mrs. Weasley had abandoned. The old woman's face blanched. You! She scowled and howled, her eyes popping at the sight of the man. Blood traitor! Abomination! Shame of my flesh! I said, shut up, roared the man, and with a stupendous effort he and Lupin managed to force the curtains closed again. The old woman's screeches died, and an echoing silence fell. Panting slightly and sweeping his long dark hair out of his eyes, Harry's godfather Sirius turned to face him. Hello, Harry, he said grimly. I see you've met my mother. Chapter 5. The Order of the Phoenix. You're my dear old mum, yeah, said Sirius. We've been trying to get her down for a month, but we think she put a permanent sticking charm on the back of the canvas. Let's get downstairs quick, before they all wake up again. But what's a portrait of your mother doing here? Harry asked, bewildered, as they went through the door from the hall and led the way down a flight of narrow stone steps, the others just behind them. Hasn't anyone told you? This was my parents' house, said Sirius, but I'm the last black left, so it's mine now. I offered it to Dumbledore for headquarters, about the only useful thing I've been able to do. Harry, who had expected a better welcome, noted how hard and bitter Sirius's voice sounded. He followed his godfather to the bottom of the steps and through a door leading into the basement kitchen. It was scarcely less gloomy than the hall above, a cavernous room with rough stone walls. Most of the light was coming from the large fire at the end of the far room. A haze of pipe smoke hung in the air like battle fumes, through which loomed the menacing shapes of heavy iron pots and pans hanging from the dark ceiling. Many chairs had been crammed into the room for the meeting, and a long wooden table stood in the middle of them, littered with rolls of parchment, goblets, empty wine bottles, and a heap of what appeared to be rags. Mr. Weasley and his eldest son Bill were talking quietly with their heads together at the end of the table. Mrs. Weasley cleared her throat. Her husband, a thin, balding, red-haired man who wore horn-rimmed glasses, looked around and jumped to his feet. Harry! Mr. Weasley said, hurrying forward to greet him and shaking his hand vigorously. Good to see you. Over his shoulder, Harry saw Bill, who still wore his long hair in a ponytail, hastily rolling up the lengths of parchment left on the table. Journey all right, Harry? Bill called, trying to gather up 12 scrolls at once. Mad I didn't make you come via Greenland, then. He tried, said Tonks, striding over to help Bill and immediately toppling a candle onto the last piece of parchment. Oh, no, sorry. Here, dear, said Mrs. Weasley, sounding exasperated, and she repaired the parchment with a wave of her wand. In the flash of light caused by Mrs. Weasley's charm, Harry caught a glimpse of what looked like the plan of a building. Mrs. Weasley had seen him looking. She snatched the plan off the table and stuffed it into Bill's already overladen arms. This sort of thing ought to be cleared away promptly at the end of the meetings, she snapped, before sweeping off towards an ancient dresser from which she started unloading dinner plates. Bill took out his wand, muttered, Evanesco, and the scrolls vanished. Sit down, Harry, said Sirius. You've met Mundungus, haven't you? The thing Harry had taken to be a pile of rags gave a prolonged, grunting snore and then jerked awake. Someone say my name? Mundungus mumbled sleepily. I agree with Sirius. He raised a very grubby hand in the air, as though voting, his droopy, bloodshot eyes unfocused. Ginny giggled. The meeting's over, Dung, said Sirius, as they all sat down around him at the table. Harry's arrived. Eh? Said Mundungus, peering balefully at Harry through his matted ginger hair. Blimey, so he has. Yeah. You all right, Harry? Yeah, said Harry. Mundungus fumbled nervously in his pockets, still staring at Harry, and pulling out a grimy black pipe. He stuck it in his mouth, ignited the end of it with his wand, and took a deep pull on it. Great billowing clouds of greenish smoke obscured him within seconds. Oh, you apology, grunted a voice from the middle of the smelly cloud. For the last time, Mundungus, called Mrs. Weasley, will you please not smoke that thing in the kitchen, especially not when we're about to eat? Ah, said Mundungus. Right. Sorry, Molly. The cloud of smoke vanished as Mundungus stowed his pipe back in his pocket, but an acid smell of burning socks lingered. And if you want dinner before midnight, I'll need a hand, Mrs. Weasley said to the room at large. No, you can stay where you are, Harry dear. You've had a long journey. What can I do, Molly? Said Tonks enthusiastically, bounding forwards. Mrs. Weasley hesitated, looking apprehensive. No, it's all right, Tonks. You have a rest too. You've done enough today. No, I want to help, said Tonks brightly, knocking over a chair as she hurried towards the dresser from which Ginny was collecting cutlery. Soon a series of heavy knives were chopping meat and vegetables of their own accord, supervised by Mr. Weasley, while Mrs. Weasley stirred a cauldron dangling over the fire, and the others took out plates, more goblets, and food from the pantry. Harry was left at the table with Sirius and Mundungus, who was still blinking at him mournfully. Seen old Figgy since? He asked. No, said Harry. Haven't seen anyone. See, I wouldn't have left, said Mundungus, leaning forward, a pleading note in his voice, but I had a business opportunity. Harry felt something brush against his knees and started, but it was only Crookshanks, Hermione's bandy-legged ginger cat, who wound himself around Harry's legs, purring, and then jumped onto Sirius's lap and curled up. Sirius scratched him absent-mindedly behind the ears as he turned, still grim-faced, to Harry. Had a good summer so far? No, it's been lousy, said Harry. For the first time, something like a grin flitted across Sirius's face. Don't know what you're complaining about. Myself. What? Said Harry incredulously. Personally, I'd have welcomed a Dementor attack. A deadly struggle for my soul would have broken a monotony nicely. You think you've had it bad. At least you've been able to get out and about, stretch your legs, get into a few fights. I've been stuck inside for a month. How come? Asked Harry, frowning. Because the Ministry of Magic's still after me, and Voldemort will know all about me being an animagus by now. Wormtail will have told him, so my big disguise is useless. That's not much. There's not much I can do for the Order of the Phoenix, or so Dumbledore feels. There was something about the slightly flattened tone of his voice in which Sirius uttered Dumbledore's name that told Harry that Sirius, too, was not very happy with the headmaster. Harry felt a sudden upsurge of affection for his godfather. At least you've known what's been going on, he said bracingly. Oh, yeah, said Sirius sarcastically, listening to Snape's reports, having to take all his sun-eyed hints that he's out there risking his life while I'm sat on my backside here having a nice comfortable time, asking me how the cleaning's going. What cleaning? Asked Harry. Trying to make this place fit for human habitation, said Sirius, waving a hand around the dismal kitchen. No one's lived here for 10 years, not since my dear mother died, unless you count her old house elf, and he's gone around the twist, hasn't cleaned anything in ages. Sirius, said Mundungus, who did not appear to have paid any attention to the conversation, but had been minutely examining an empty goblet. Is this solid silver, mate? Yes, said Sirius, surveying it with distaste. Finest 15th century goblin wrought silver embossed with the black family crest. That'd come off, though, muttered Mundungus, polishing it with his cuff. Fred, George, no, just carry them, Mrs. Weasley shrieked. Harry, Sirius, and Mundungus looked around, and within a split second they had dived away from the table. Fred and George had bewitched a large cauldron of stew, an iron flagon of butterbeer, and a heavy wooden breadboard, complete with knife, to hurtle through the air towards them. The stew skidded the length of the table and came to a halt just before the end, leaving a long black burn on the wooden surface. The flagon of butterbeer fell with a crash, spilling its contents everywhere. The bread knife slipped off the board and landed point down and quivering ominously exactly where Sirius's right hand had been seconds before. For heaven's sake, screamed Mrs. Weasley. There was no need. I've had enough of this. Just because you're allowed to use magic now, you don't have to whip your wands out for every tiny little thing. We were just trying to save a bit of time, said Fred, hurrying forward to wrench the bread knife out of the table. Sorry, Sirius, mate. Didn't mean to. Harry and Sirius
I've got a song for you.
I'm not gaming.
I've got a song for you. Woo. So was in work yesterday. I accidentally made a brothel version of Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Oh, okay, cool. My son is singing this now. I'm not sorry. If you're looking for someone to say sorry, you're looking in the wrong place. Goat will not apologize. Sorry, you mean you're welcome.
Were both laughing. Mundungus, who had toppled backwards off his chair, was swearing as he got to his feet. Crookshanks had given an angry hiss and shot up under the dresser, from where his large yellow eyes glowed in the darkness. "Boys," Mr. Weasley said, lifting his stew back into the middle of the table, "your mother's right. You're supposed to show a sense of responsibility now you've come of age." "None of your brothers caused this sort of trouble," Mrs. Weasley raged at the twins as she slammed a fresh flagon of butterbeer on the table, and spilling almost as much again. "Bill didn't feel the need to apparate every few feet. Charlie didn't charm everything he met. Percy—" She stopped dead, catching her breath with a frightened look at her husband, whose expression was suddenly wooden. "Let's eat," said Bill quickly. "It looks wonderful, Molly," said Lupin, ladling stew onto a plate for her and handing it across the table. For a few minutes there was a silence, but for the chink of plates and cutlery and the scraping of chairs as everyone settled down to their food. Then Mrs. Weasley turned to Sirius. "I've been meaning to tell you, Sirius. There's something trapped in that writing desk in the drawing room. It keeps rattling and shaking. Of course, it could just be a boggart, but I think we ought to ask Alistair to have a look at it before we let it out." "Whatever you like," said Sirius indifferently. "The curtains in there are full of doxies too," Mrs. Weasley went on. "I thought we might try and tackle them tomorrow." I looked forward to it, said Sirius. Harry heard the sarcasm in his voice, but he was not sure that anyone else did. Opposite Harry, Tonks was entertaining Hermione and Ginny by transforming her nose between mouthfuls, screwing up her eyes each time with the same pained expression she had worn back in Harry's bedroom. Her nose swelled to a beak-like protuberance and resembled Snape's, shrank to the size of a button mushroom, and then sprouted a great deal of hair from each nostril. Apparently, this was a regular mealtime entertainment because Hermione and Ginny were soon requesting their favourite noses. Do that one like a pig snout, Tonks. Tonks obliged, and Harry, looking up, had the fleeting impression that a female Dudley was grinning at him from across the table. Mr. Weasley, Bill, and Lupin were having an intense discussion about goblins. They're not giving anything away yet, said Bill. I still can't work out whether or not they believe he's back. Of course, they might prefer not to take sides at all, keep out of it. I'm sure they'd never go over to you-know-who, said Mr. Weasley, shaking his head. They've suffered losses too. Remember that goblin family he murdered last time, somewhere near Nottingham? I think it depends what they're offered, said Lupin, and I'm not talking about gold. If they're offered the freedoms we've been denying them for centuries, they're going to be tempted. Have you still not had any luck with Ragnarok, Bill? He's feeling pretty anti-wizard at the moment, said Bill. He hasn't stopped raging about the Bagman business. He reckons the ministry did a cover-up. Those goblins never got their gold from him, you know. A gale of laughter from the middle of the table drowned the rest of Bill's words. Fred, George, Ron and Mundungus were rolling around in their seats. And then, choked Mundungus, tears running down his face, and then, if you'll believe it, he says, "Yeah, Dung, where'd you get all those toads from? 'Cause some son of a bludger's gone and nicked all mine." And I says, "Nicked all your toads? Well, what next? So you'll be wanting some more then. And if you believe me, lads, the gormless gargoyle boys buys all his own toads back off me for a lot more than what he paid in the first place." "I don't think we need to hear any more of your business dealings, thank you very much, Mundungus," said Mrs. Weasley sharply, as Ron slumped forwards onto the table, howling with laughter. "Beg pardon, Molly," said Mundungus at once, wiping his eyes and winking at Harry. "But you know, Will nicked him off Warty Harris in the first place, so I wasn't really doing nothing wrong." "I don't know where you learned about right and wrong, Mundungus, but you seem to have missed a few crucial lessons," said Mrs. Weasley coldly. Fred and George buried their faces in their goblets of butterbeer. George was hiccuping. For some reason, Mrs. Weasley threw a very nasty look at Sirius before getting to her feet and going to fetch a large rhubarb crumble for pudding. Harry looked around at his godfather. "Molly doesn't approve of Mundungus," said Sirius in an undertone. "How come he's in the Order?" Harry said very quietly. "He's useful," Sirius muttered. "Knows all the crooks. Well, he would, seeing as he's one himself. But he's also very loyal to Dumbledore, who helped him out of a tight spot once. It pays to have someone like Dung around. He hears things we don't. But Molly thinks inviting him to stay for dinner is going too far. She hasn't forgiven him for slipping off duty when he was supposed to be tailing you." 3 helpings of rhubarb crumble and custard later, and the waistband of Harry's jeans was feeling uncomfortably tight, which was saying something as the jeans had once been Dudley's. As he laid down his spoon, there was a lull in the general conversation. Mr. Weasley was leaning back in his chair, looking repeat and relaxed. Tonks was yawning wildly, her nose now back to normal, and Ginny, who had lured Crookshanks out from under the dresser, was sitting cross-legged on the floor, rolling butterbeer corks for him to chase. "Nearly time for bed, I think," said Mrs. Weasley with a yawn. "Not just yet, Molly," said Sirius, pushing away his empty plate and turning to look at Harry. "You know, I'm surprised at you. Thought the first thing you'd do when you got here would be to start asking questions about Voldemort." The atmosphere in the room changed with the rapidity Harry's associated with the arrival of Dementors. Where seconds before it had been sleepily relaxed, it was now alert, ever tense. A frisson had gone around the table at the mention of Voldemort's name. Lupin, who had been about to take a sip of wine, lowered his goblet slowly, looking wary. "I did," said Harry indignantly. "I asked Ron and Hermione, but they said we're not allowed in the Order, so—" "And they're quite right," said Mrs. Weasley. "You're too young." She was sitting bolt upright in her chair, her fist clenched on its arms, every trace of drowsiness gone. "Since when did someone have to be in the Order of the Phoenix to ask questions?" asked Sirius. "Harry's been trapped in that Muggle house for a month. He's got the right to know what's been happened—" "Hang on," interrupted George loudly. "How come Harry gets his questions answered?" said Fred angrily. "We've been trying to get stuff out of you for a month, and you haven't told us a single stinking thing," said George. "You're too young. You're not in the Order," said Fred, in a high-pitched voice that sounded uncannily like his mother's. "Harry's not even of age." "It's not my fault you haven't been told what the Order's doing," said Sirius calmly. "That's your parents' decision. Harry, on the other hand, it's not down to you to decide what's good for Harry, said Mrs. Weasley sharply. The expression on her normally kind face looked dangerous. You haven't forgotten what Dumbledore said, I suppose? Which bit? Sirius asked politely, but with the air of a man readying himself for a fight. The bit about not telling Harry more than he needs to know, said Mrs. Weasley, placing a heavy emphasis on the last 3 words. Ron, Hermione, Fred and George's heads swiveled from Sirius to Mrs. Weasley as though they were following a tennis rally. Ginny was kneeling amid a pile of abandoned butterbeer corks, watching the conversation with her mouth slightly open. Lupin's eyes were fixed on Sirius. I don't intend to tell him more than he needs to know, Molly, said Sirius, but as he was the one who saw Voldemort come back. Again, there was a collective shudder around the table at the name. He has more right than most to. He's not a member of the Order of the Phoenix, said Mrs. Weasley. He's only 15 and he's dealt with as much as most in the Order, said Sirius, and more than some. No one's denying what he's done, said Mrs. Weasley, her voice rising, her fist trembling at the arms of her chair. But he's not a child, said Sirius impatiently. He's not an adult either, said Mrs. Weasley, the colour rising in her cheeks. He's not James, Sirius. I'm perfectly clear who he is, thanks, Molly, said Sirius coldly. Not sure you are, said Mrs. Weasley. Sometimes the way you talk about him, it's as though you think you've got your best friend back. What's wrong with that, said Harry. What's wrong, Harry, is that you are not your father, however much you look like him, said Mrs. Weasley, her eyes still boring into Sirius. You are still in school, and adults responsible for you should not forget it. Meaning I'm an irresponsible godfather? Demanded Sirius, his voice rising. Meaning you have been known to act rashly, Sirius, which is why Dumbledore keeps reminding you to stay at home and... We'll leave my instructions from Dumbledore out of this, if you please, said Sirius loudly. Arthur, said Mrs. Weasley, rounding on her husband. Arthur, back me up. Mr. Weasley did not speak at once. He took off his glasses and cleaned them slowly on his robes, not looking at his wife. Only when he had replaced them carefully on his nose did he reply. Dumbledore knows the position has changed, Molly. He accepts that Harry will have to be filled in, to a certain extent, now that he is staying at headquarters. Yes, but there's a difference between that and inviting him to ask whatever he likes. Personally, said Lupin quietly, looking away from Sirius at last, as Mrs. Weasley turned quickly to him, hopeful that finally she was about to get an ally. I think it might be better that Harry gets the facts. Not all the facts, Molly, but the general picture from us, rather than a garbled version from others. His expression was mild, but Harry felt sure Lupin, at least, knew that some extendable ears had survived Mrs. Weasley's purge. Well, said Mrs. Weasley, breathing deeply and looking around the table for support that did not come. Well, I can see I'm going to be overruled. I'll just say this. Dumbledore must have had his reasons for not wanting Harry to know too much. And speaking as someone who has Harry's best interests at heart, he's not your son, said Sirius quietly. He's as good as, said Mrs. Weasley fiercely. Who else has he got? He's got me. Yes, said Mrs. Weasley, her lip curling. Thing is, it's been rather difficult for you to look after him while you've been locked up in Azkaban, hasn't it? Sirius started to rise from his chair. Molly, you're not the only person at this table who cares about Harry, said Lupin sharply. Sirius, sit down. Mrs. Weasley's lower lip was trembling. Sirius sank slowly back into his chair, his face white. I think Harry ought to be allowed a say in this, Lupin continued. He's old enough to decide for himself. I want to know what's been going on, Harry said at once. He did not look at Mrs. Weasley. He had been touched by what she had said about his being as good as her son, but he was also impatient with her mollycoddling. Sirius was right. He was not a child. Very well, said Mrs. Weasley, her voice cracking. Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, I want you out of this kitchen now. There was an instant uproar. We're of age, Fred and George
Child
bellowed
went
together.
to school. Anyone want to help clear his room and dismantle his bed?
I want
I
to
would
hear,
love to.
wailed Ginny. No, shouted Mrs. Weasley.
I would love to.
standing
I
up,
just
her
can't.
eyes over bright. I absolutely forbid.
You
Mum,
could always,
can't stop
you could
Fred and
always
George, said
call
Mr.
some of your
Weasley wearily.
friends.
They are of age. They're still at school. But they're legally adults now, said Mr. Weasley, in the same tired voice. Mrs. Weasley was now scarlet in the face. All right then. Fred and George can stay, but Ron... Harry'll tell me and Hermione everything you say anyway, said Ron hotly. Won't you? He added uncertainly, meeting Harry's eyes. For a split second, Harry considered telling Ron that he wouldn't tell him a single word, that he would try a taste of being kept in the dark and see how he liked it. But the nasty impulse vanished as they looked at each other. Of course I will, Harry said. Ron and Hermione beamed. Fine, shouted Mrs. Weasley. Fine. Ginny, bed. Ginny did not go quietly. They could hear her raging and storming at her mother all the way up the stairs. When she reached the hall, Mrs. Black's
Friends
ear-splitting
don't
shrieks
have
were
any
added
of
to the
them,
din.
except you
Lupin
guys.
hurried off to
What,
the
you have
portrait to
friends?
restore
You've
calm.
gotta have
It was
friends.
only after he had returned, closing the kitchen door behind him and taking his seat at the table
How do you
again,
not
that
have
Sirius
friends? You're
spoke.
such a lovely
Okay, Harry,
person.
what do you want to know?
And it's not because
Harry took a
you've
deep
given me
breath and
money,
asked
it's
the
because
question
you
that
are
had
a lovely
obsessed him for the
person.
last month. Where's Voldemort? He said, ignoring the renewed shudders and winces at the name. What's he doing? I've been trying to watch the Muggle news, and there hasn't been anything that looks like him yet. No funny deaths or anything. That's because there haven't been any funny deaths yet, said Sirius. Not as far as we know, anyway. And we know quite a lot. More than he thinks we do, anyway, said Lupin. How come he stopped killing people? Harry asked. He knew Voldemort had murdered more than once in the last year alone. Because he doesn't want to draw attention to himself, said Sirius. It would be dangerous for him. His comeback didn't come off quite the way he wanted it to, you see. He messed it up. Or rather, you messed it up for him, said Lupin with a satisfied smile. How? Harry asked, perplexed. You weren't supposed to survive, said Sirius. Nobody apart from his Death Eaters was supposed to know he'd come back, but you survived to bear witness. And the very last person he wanted alerted to his return the moment he got back was Dumbledore, said Lupin. And you made sure Dumbledore knew at once. How has that helped? Harry asked. Are you kidding? Said Bill incredulously. Dumbledore was the only one.
The only people I talk to are you guys online and
Thanks
work
to you,
callings
Dumbledore
now.
was able to
What?
recall the Order of the Phoenix.
Come
about an hour
on,
after
there's got to
Voldemort
be
returned,
somebody.
said Sirius. So,
Everybody
what's
has
Voldemort doing,
somebody.
said Harry, looking around at them all. Working as hard as we can to make sure
Maybe
Voldemort
there's
can't carry out his plans, said Sirius. How do you know?
Maybe
what his
there's
plans
somebody
are?
in the.
Harry asked quickly.
I mean, it
Dumbledore's
is
got a shrewd
dangerous.
idea, said Lupin,
Is there any
and
old
Dumbledore's shrewd idea-
friends? Is there any old friends that you knew from school that are still talking to you? Ugh. Ugh. Maybe someone who likes to have tea with. Oh no, he does. I'm sorry. I used to till I split from my husband, then they all stopped. Ooh.
Ideas normally turn out to be accurate.
Well,
So what does Dumbledore reckon he's planning? Well, firstly, he wants to build up his army again, said Sirius. In the old days, he had a huge number at his command, witches and wizards. He'd bullied or bewitched into following him. His faithful Death Eaters, a great variety of dark creatures. You heard him planning to recruit the Giants. Well, they'll be just one of the groups he's after. He's certainly not going to try and take the Ministry of Magic with only a dozen Death Eaters. So you're trying to stop him getting more followers? We're doing our best, said Lupin. How? Well, the main thing is to try and convince as many people as possible that you know who really has returned, to put them on their guard, said Bill. It's proving tricky, though. Why? Because of the Ministry's attitude, said Tonks. You saw Cornelius Fudge after you-know-who came back, Harry. Well, he hasn't shifted his position at all. He's absolutely refusing to believe it's happened. But why? Said Harry desperately. Why is he being so stupid? If Dumbledore... Ah, well, you put your finger on the problem, said Mr. Weasley with a wry smile. Dumbledore... Fudge is frightened
well,
of him,
yeah,
you see,
we're
said Tonks
awesome.
sadly.
Yeah.
Frightened of Dumbledore, said Harry incredulously. Frightened at what he's up to, said Mr. Weasley. Fudge thinks Dumbledore's plotting to overthrow him. He thinks Dumbledore wants to be Minister for Magic. But Dumbledore doesn't want... Of course he doesn't, said Mr. Weasley. He's never wanted the minister's job, even though a lot of people wanted him to take it. When Millicent Bagnold retired, Fudge came to power instead, but he's never quite forgotten how much popular support Dumbledore had, even though Dumbledore never applied for the job. Deep down, Fudge knows Dumbledore's much cleverer than he is, a much more powerful wizard, and in the early days of his ministry, he was forever asking Dumbledore for help and advice, said Lupin. But it seems he's become fond of power and much more confident. He loves being Minister for Magic, and he's managed to convince himself that he's the clever one, and Dumbledore's simply stirring up trouble for the sake of it. How can he think that? Said Harry angrily. How can he think Dumbledore would just make it all up? That I'd make it all up? Because accepting that Voldemort's back would mean trouble like the Ministry hasn't had to cope with for nearly 14 years, said Sirius bitterly. Fudge just can't bring himself to face it. It's so much more comfortable to convince himself Dumbledore's lying.
You guys are adorable.
You see the problem, said Lupin. While the Ministry insists there is
You
nothing to
two are
fear from
adorable.
Voldemort,
I'm
it's
gonna
hard
have to
convince
tell
people he's
everybody
back,
else that you
especially if
guys
they
are
really don't
too
want to believe it in the
adorable.
first place. What's more, the Ministry's leaning heavily on the Daily Prophet, not to report any of what they're calling Dumbledore's rumour mongering. So most of the wizarding community are completely unaware anything's happened, and that makes them easy targets for the Death Eaters if they're using the Imperious Curse. But you're telling people, aren't you? Said Harry, looking around at Mr. Weasley, Sirius, Bill, Mundungus, Lupin and Tonks. You're letting people know he's back. They all smiled humorously. Well, as everyone thinks I'm a mad mass murderer and the Ministry's put a 10,000 galleon price on my head, I can hardly stroll up to the street and start handing out leaflets, can I? Said Sirius restlessly. And I'm not a very popular dinner guest with most of the community, said Lupin. It's an occupational hazard of being a werewolf. Tonks and Arthur would lose their jobs at the Ministry if they started shooting their mouths off, said Sirius. And it's very important for us to have spies inside the Ministry.
Yes,
because you can
all
bet
the love.
Voldemort will have them. We've managed to convince a couple of people, though, said Mr. Weasley. Tonks here for one. She's too young to have been in the Order of the Phoenix last time, and having auras on our side is a huge advantage. Kingsley Shacklebolt's been a real asset too. He's in charge of the hunt for Sirius, so he's been feeding the Ministry information that Sirius is in Tibet. But if none of you are putting the news out that Voldemort's back, Harry began. Who said none of us is putting the news out, said Sirius. Why do you think Dumbledore's in such trouble? What do you mean, Harry asked. They're trying to discredit him, said Lupin. Didn't you see the Daily Prophet last week? They reported that he'd been voted out of the chairmanship of the International Confederation of Wizards because he's getting old and losing his grip. But it's not true. He was voted out by the Ministry Wizards after he made a speech announcing Voldemort's return. They've demoted him from Chief Warlock on the Wizengamot, that's the Wizards' High Court, and they're talking about taking away his Order of Merlin, first class too. But Dumbledore says he doesn't care what they do, as long as they don't take him off the chocolate frog card, said Bill, grinning. It's no laughing matter, said Mr. Weasley sharply. If he carries on defying the Ministry like this, he could end up in Azkaban, and the last thing we want is to have Dumbledore locked up. While you-know-who knows Dumbledore's out there and wise to what he's up to, he's going to go cautiously. If Dumbledore's out of the way, well, you-know-who will have a clear field. But if Voldemort's trying to recruit more Death Eaters, it's bound to get out that he's come back, isn't it? Asked Harry desperately. Voldemort doesn't march up to people's houses and bang on their front doors, Harry, said Sirius. He tricks, jinxes and blackmails them. He's well practiced at operating in secret. In any case, gathering followers is only one thing he's interested in. He's got other plans too. Plans he can put into operation very quietly.
I have a
indeed,
Dumbledore chocolate frog card.
For the moment.
I
What's
have
he
a bunch
after,
of
apart
those.
from followers? Harry asked swiftly. He thought he saw Sirius and Lupin exchange the most fleeting of looks before Sirius answered.
Are you gonna
Stuff he can only
stream
get by stealth. When Harry continued to look
after
puzzled,
you
Sirius said,
dismantle
like a
his
weapon,
bed?
something he
Or are
didn't
you
have
going
last
to
time.
stream
he
after
was
you
powerful
dismantle
before.
his room
Yes.
and
What
fix it
kind of
back
weapon,
up?
said Harry.
Oh
Something
my
worse than
gosh,
the
demonic!
Kedavra. That's enough. Mrs. Weasley spoke from the shadows beside the door. Harry hadn't noticed her return from taking Ginny upstairs. Her arms were crossed and she looked furious. I want you in bed now, all of you, she added, looking around at Fred, George, Ron and Hermione. You can't boss us, Fred began. Watch me, snarled Mrs. Weasley. She was trembling
Hello,
slightly as she looked at Sirius.
Raiders.
You've given Harry plenty of information. Any more,
Hello,
and you might just as well
demonic. Hope
induct
you've
him
been
into the
doing
order straight away.
well.
Why not? Said Harry
How
quickly.
was your
I'll join. I
stream?
want to join. I want to fight. No. It was not Mrs. Weasley who spoke this time,
Hurrah.
but Lupin. The order is comprised only of
Hopefully
overage
you're
wizards,
not
he said.
getting
Wizards who
a
have left
ad.
school, he added as Fred and George opened their mouths. There are dangers
Won't be
involved,
streaming today
which
or
you can have
tomorrow.
no
Got
idea.
family
Any
coming
of you.
over for
I
his
think Molly's
birthday.
right,
Oh,
Sirius.
nice.
We've said enough. Sirius half shrugged, but did not argue. Mrs. Weasley
And I
beckoned
got his
imperiously
birthday
to her
present
sons and Hermione.
already
One by
done.
one they stood up,
Hell
and
yeah.
Harry, recognizing defeat, followed suit.
I just didn't put any
Chapter 6.
text.
The noble and most
Should I
ancient
just
house of
should
Black.
should I
Mrs.
just
Weasley followed
put
them upstairs
text
looking grim.
there?
I want you all to go straight to bed. No talking, she said as they reached the first landing. We've got a busy day tomorrow. I expect Ginny's asleep. She added to
Should I
Hermione,
just
so
put
try not to wake her up. Asleep? Yeah, right, said Fred in an undertone after Hermione bade them good night and they were climbing to the next floor. Ginny's not lying awake waiting for Hermione to tell her everything they said downstairs. Then I'm a flobberworm. All right, Ron, Harry, said Mrs. Weasley on the second landing, pointing them
how
into
is
their
stream
bedroom.
going?
Off to
Yeah,
bed
I'm
with you.
good. And
Right,
stream
Harry
went
and Ron said
well.
to the twins. Sleep
It's up
tight,
to
said
you,
Fred,
hun. No
winking.
pressure.
Mrs.
All the
Weasley
pressure.
closed the door behind Harry
Next
with a
stream
sharp
will
snap.
most
The bedroom
likely
looked,
be
if anything,
Tuesday
more
and
dapper and
Thursday for
gloomier than
Destiny
it had
2,
on
Witch
first
Queen,
sight.
and
The
Elden
black
Ring.
picture on the wall was now
Ringers.
breathing very heavily and deeply,
Yeah.
as though its invisible occupant was
Elden
asleep.
Onion
Harry
Ring?
put on his
Oh,
pajamas,
man.
took off his glasses and climbed into his chilly bed, while Ron threw owl treats up on top of the wardrobe to pacify Hedwig and Pigwidgeon, who were clattering around and rustling their wings restlessly. We can't let them go out and hunt every night, Ron explained as he pulled on his maroon pajamas. Dumbledore doesn't want too many owls sweeping around the square. Thinks it looks suspicious. Oh yeah, I forgot. He crossed to the door and bolted it. What have you done that for? Creature, said Ron as he turned off the light. First night I was here, he came wandering in at 3 in the morning. Trust me, you don't want to wake up and find him prowling around your room. Anyway, he got into his bed, settled down under the covers, and then turned to look at Harry in the darkness. Harry could see his outline by the moonlight flittering and filtering in through the grimy window. What do you reckon? Harry didn't.
That'll be so much fun. You got. I'll be there for your stream. What time are you planning on streaming?
All that have been said downstairs. I mean, all they've really said is that the orders.
Are you going to be making it in videos?
There was a sharp intake of breath from Ron. De Mort, said Harry firmly. When are you going to start using his name? Sirius and Lupin do. Ron ignored this last comment. Yeah, you're right, he said. We already knew nearly everything they told us from using the extendable ears. The only new bit was crack. Ouch! Keep your voice down, Ron, or Mum will be back up here. You two just apparated on my knees. Yeah, well, it's harder in the dark. Harry saw the blurred outlines of Fred and George leaping down from Ron's bed. There was a groan of bed springs, and Harry's mattress descended a few inches as George sat down near his feet. So, got there yet? Said George eagerly. The weapon Sirius mentioned, said Harry. Let slip, more like, said Fred with relish, now sitting next to Ron. We didn't hear about that on the old extendables, did we? What do you reckon it is? Said Harry. Could be anything, said Fred. But there can't be anything worse than the Avada Kedavra curse, can there? Said Ron. What's worse than death? Maybe it's something that can kill loads of people at once, suggested George. Maybe it's some particularly painful way of killing people, said Ron fearfully. He's got the Cruciatus curse for causing pain, said Harry. He doesn't need anything more efficient than that. There was a pause, and Harry knew that the others, like him, were wondering what horrors this weapon could perpetrate. So, who do you think's got it now? Said George. Hope it's our side, said Ron, sounding slightly nervous. If it is, Dumbledore's probably keeping it, said Fred. Where? Said Ron quickly. Hogwarts. Bet it is, said George.
How's the Rui, by the way? Hope he's been doing well. I haven't been in his Discord. I feel bad about that.
Yeah, size
I hope he's okay,
said George. Look at Ginny. What do you mean? Said Harry.
I always worry about you guys.
Bogey hexes, have you? Shh, said Fred, half rising from the bed. Listen. They fell silent. Footsteps were coming up the stairs. Mum, said George, and without further ado, there was a loud crack, and Harry felt the weight vanish from the end of his bed. A few seconds later, they heard the floorboard creak outside their door. Mrs. Weasley was plainly listening to check whether or not they were talking. Hedwig and Pigwidgeon hooted dolefully. The floorboard creaked again, and they heard her heading upstairs to check on Fred and George. She doesn't trust us at all, you know, said Ron regretfully. Harry was sure he would not be able to fall asleep. The evening had been so packed with things to think about that he fully expected to be awake for hours mulling it all over. He wanted to continue talking to Ron, but Mrs. Weasley was now creaking back downstairs again, and once she had gone, he distinctly heard others making their way upstairs. In fact, many legged creatures.
He's been good. That's good.
Up and down
so Thursday will be Elden Ring. Okay.
The Care of Magical Creatures teacher was saying, "Beauties, aren't they, Harry? We'll be studying weapons this term." And Harry saw.
Oh, that's good. I want you to know that you're awesome and amazing, Demonic, and thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome, and thank you for being you. I know that things can be difficult and hard, and I know that things can be harsh and not perfect, but I want you to know that everybody that came in and everybody that's here, you guys are awesome. Don't forget that.
Saw that the creatures had cannons for heads and were wheeling to face him. He ducked. The next thing he knew, he was curled into a warm ball under his bedclothes, and George's loud voice was filling the room. Mum says get up. Your breakfast is in the kitchen. And then she needs you in the drawing room. There are loads more doxies than she thought, and she's found a nest of dead puffskins under the sofa. Half an hour later, Harry and Ron, who had dressed and breakfasted quickly, entered the drawing room, a long, high-ceilinged room on the first floor with olive-green walls covered in dirty tapestries. The carpet exhaled little clouds of dust every time someone put their foot on it, and the long moss-green velvet curtains were buzzing as though swarming with invisible bees. It was around these that Mrs. Weasley, Hermione, Ginny, Fred and George were grouped, all looking rather peculiar as they had each tied a cloth over their nose and mouth. Each of them were also holding a large bottle of black liquid with a nozzle at the end. Cover your faces and take a spray, Mrs. Weasley said to Harry and Ron the moment she saw them, pointing to 2 more bottles of black liquid standing on a spindle-led table. It's Doxicide. I've never seen an infestation this bad. What that house elf's been doing for the last 10 years? Hermione's face was half concealed by a tea towel, but Harry distinctly saw her throw a reproachful look at Mrs. Weasley. Creature's really old. He probably couldn't manage. You'd be surprised what creature can manage when he wants to, Hermione, said Sirius, who had just entered the room, carrying a blood-stained bag of what appeared to be dead rats. I've just been feeding Buckbeak, he added, in reply to Harry's inquiring look. I keep him upstairs in the mother's bedroom. Anyway, this writing desk. He dropped the bag of rats into an armchair and then bent over to examine the locked cabinet, which, Harry now noticed for the first time, was shaking slightly. Well, Molly, I'm pretty sure this is a boggart, said Sirius, peering through the keyhole, but perhaps we ought to let Mad Eye have a shifty at it before we let it out. Knowing my mother, it could be something much worse. Right you are, Sirius, said Mrs. Weasley. They were both speaking in carefully light, polite voices that told Harry quite plainly that neither had forgotten their disagreement of the night before. A loud, clanging bell sounded from downstairs, followed at once by the cacophony of screams and wails that had been triggered by previous night, by Tonks knocking over the umbrella stand. I keep telling them not to ring the doorbell, said Sirius exasperatedly. Hurrying out of the room, they heard him thundering down the stairs as Mrs. Black's screeches echoed up through the house once more. Stains of dishonour! Filthy half-breeds! Blood traitors! Children of filth! Close the door, please, Harry, said Mrs. Weasley. Harry took as much time as he dared to close the drawing-room door. He wanted to listen to what was going on downstairs. Sirius had obviously managed to shut the curtains over his mother's portrait because she had stopped screaming. He heard Sirius walking down the hall, then the clattering of the chain on the front door, and then a deep voice he recognised as Kingsley Shacklebolt saying, Hesty has just relieved me. She's got Moody's cloak now. Thought I'd leave a report for Dumbledore. Feeling Mrs. Weasley's eyes on the back of his head, Harry regretfully closed the drawing-room door and rejoined the Doxy party. Mrs. Weasley was bending over to check the page on Doxies in Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests, which was lying open on the sofa. Right to you lot. You need to be careful, because Doxies bite and their teeth are poisonous. I've got a bottle of antidote here, but I'd rather nobody needed it. She straightened up, positioned herself squarely in front of the curtains, and beckoned them all forward. When I say the word, start spraying immediately, she said. They'll come flying out at us, I expect, but it says on the sprays one good squirt will paralyse them. When they're immobilised, just throw them in this bucket. She stepped carefully out of the line of fire and raised her own spray. All right? Squirt! Harry had been spraying only a few seconds when a fully grown Doxy came soaring out of a fold in the material, shiny beetle-like wings, whirring, tiny needle-sharp teeth bared, its fairy-like body covered with thick black hair and its 4 tiny fists clenched with fury. Harry caught it full in the face with a blast of Doxicide. It froze in mid-air and fell, with a surprisingly loud thunk, onto the worn carpet below. Harry picked it up and
I'm
threw
so
it into
tired,
the bucket.
I didn't even
Fred,
finish typing
what are you
that.
doing? Said Mrs.
I'm
Weasley
a
sharply.
someone
Spray that at once and throw it away. Harry looked around. Fred
It's
was holding a
fine,
struggling
demonic.
Doxy
If you
between his
need
forefinger
sleep,
and
go
thumb.
get sleep.
Righto, Fred said brightly, spraying the Doxy quickly in the face so that it fainted. But the moment Mrs. Weasley's back was turned, he pocketed it with a wink. We want to experiment with Doxy venom for our skiving snack boxes, George told Harry under his breath. Deftly spraying 2 Doxies at once, they soared straight for his nose. Harry moved closer to George and muttered out of the corner of his mouth, What are skiving snack boxes? Range of sweets to make you ill, George whispered, keeping a wary eye on Mrs. Weasley's back. Not seriously ill, mind, just ill enough to get you out of class when you feel like it. Fred and I have been developing them this summer. They're double-ended, colour-coded chews. If you eat the orange half of the puking pastils, you throw up. The moment you've rushed out of the lesson for the hospital wing, you swallow the purple half, which restores you to full fitness, enabling you to pursue the leisure activity of your own choice during an hour that would otherwise have been devoted to unprofitable boredom. That's what we're putting on the adverts anyway, whispered Fred, who had edged over out of Mrs. Weasley's line of vision and was now sweeping a few stray Doxies from the floor and adding them to his pocket. But they still need a bit of work. At the moment, our testers are having a bit of trouble stopping themselves puking long enough to swallow the purple end. Testers? Us, said Fred. We take it in turns. George did the fainting fancies. We both tried the nosebleed nugget. Mum's thought we'd be duelling, said George. Choke shop still on then, Harry muttered, pretending to be adjusting the nozzle on his spray. Well, we haven't had a chance to get premises yet, said Fred, dropping his voice even lower as Mrs. Weasley mopped her brow with her scarf before returning to the attack. So we're running in a mail order service at the moment. We put advertisements in the Daily Prophet last week. All thanks to you, mate, said George. But don't worry, Mum hasn't got a clue. She won't read the Daily Prophet anymore because of it telling lies about you and Dumbledore. Harry grinned. He had forced the Weasley twins to take the 1,000 galleons prize money he had won the Triwizard tournament to help them realise their ambition to open a joke shop. But he was so glad. He was still glad to know that his part in furthering their plans was unknown to Mrs. Weasley. She did not think running a joke shop was a suitable career for 2 of her sons. The de-doxying of the curtains took most of the morning. It was past midday when Mrs. Weasley finally removed her protective scarf, sank into a sagging armchair, and sprang up again with a cry of disgust.
Those are
having sat
so
on a bag
cute.
of dead rats. The curtains were no longer buzzing. They hung limp and damp from the intensive spraying. At the foot of them, unconscious doxies lay crammed in a bucket beside a bowl of their black eggs, at which Crookshanks was now sniffing, and Fred and George were shooting covetous looks. I think we'll tackle those after lunch. Mrs. Weasley pointed at the dusty, glass-fronted cabinets standing on either side of the mantelpiece. They were crammed with an odd assortment of objects, a selection of rusty daggers, claws, a coiled snakeskin, a number of tarnished silver boxes inscribed with languages Harry could not understand, and least pleasant of all, an ornate crystal bottle with a large opal set into the stopper, full of what Harry was quite sure was blood. The clanging doorbell rang again. Everyone looked at Mrs. Weasley. "Stay here," she said firmly, snatching up the bag of rats as Mrs. Black's screeches started up again from down below. "I'll bring up some sandwiches." She left the room, closing the door carefully behind her. At once everyone dashed over to the window to look down to the doorstep. They could see the top of an unkempt, gingery head and a stack of precariously balanced cauldrons. "Mundungus," said Hermione. "What's he brought all those cauldrons for?" "Probably looking for a safe place to keep them," said Harry. "Isn't that what he was doing the night he was supposed to be tailing me, picking up dodgy cauldrons?" "Yeah, you're right," said Fred. As the front door opened, Mundungus heaved his cauldrons through it and disappeared from view. "Blimey, Mum won't like that." He and George crossed to the door and stood beside it, listening intently. Mrs. Black
He
screaming
truly
had stopped.
gave some
"Mundungus
money
is talking
away.
to Sirius and Kingsley," Fred
He
muttered,
did.
frowning with concentration. "Can't hear properly. Do you reckon we can risk the extendable ears?" "Might be
What?
worth it," said George. "I could sneak upstairs and get a pair." But at that precise moment there was an explosion of sound from downstairs that rendered extendable ears quite
she's
unnecessary.
got a...
All of them could hear exactly what Mrs. Weasley was
She's
shouting
got a cute
at the
one.
top of her voice. "We are not running a hideout for stolen goods!" "I love hearing Mum shouting at someone else," said Fred, with a satisfied smile on his face, as he opened the door an inch or so to allow Mrs. Weasley's voice to permeate the room better. "It makes such a nice change." "Completely irresponsible, as if we haven't got enough to worry about without you dragging stolen cauldrons into the house." "The idiots are letting her get into her stride," said George, shaking his head. "You've got to head her off early, otherwise she builds up a head of steam and goes on for hours. And she's been dying to have a go at Mundungus ever since he sneaked off when he was supposed to be following you, Harry. And there goes Sirius's mum again." Mrs. Weasley's voice was lost amid fresh shrieks and screams from the portraits in the hall. George made to shut the door to drown the noise, but before he could do so, a house elf edged into the room. Except for the filthy rag tied like a loincloth around its middle, it was completely naked. It looked very old. Its skin seemed to be several times too big for it, and though it was bald like all house elves, there was a quantity of white hair growing out of its large bat-like ears. Its eyes were bloodshot and watery grey, and its fleshy nose was large and rather snout-like. The elf took absolutely no notice of Harry and the rest, acting as though it could not see them. It shuffled hunchbacked, slowly and doggedly towards the far end of the room, all the while muttering under its breath in a hoarse, deep voice like a bullfrog's. "Smells like a drain and a criminal to boot. But she's no better. Nasty old blood traitor, and her brat's messing up my mistress's house. Oh, my poor mistress. If she knew the scum they've let into her house, what she would say to old Creature. Oh, the shame of it. Mudbloods and werewolves and traitors and thieves. Poor old Creature. What can he do?" "Hello, Creature," said Fred very loudly, closing the door with a snap. The house elf froze in his tracks, stopped muttering, and gave a very pronounced and very unconvincing start of surprise. "Creature did not see, young master," he said, turning around and bowing to Fred. Still facing the carpet, he added perfectly audibly, "Nasty little brat of a blood traitor it is." "Sorry," said George. "Didn't catch that last bit." "Creature said nothing," said the elf, with a second bow to George, adding in a clear undertone, "And there's its twin, unnatural little beasts they are." Harry didn't know whether to laugh or not. The elf straightened up, eyeing them all malevolently,
Fries are good.
apparently convinced
Yes.
that they could not hear him as he continued to mutter.
People
"And there's the
love
mudblood standing there, bold as brass. Oh, if my mistress knew."
ate
how
spicy
she'd
food
cry.
yesterday.
"There's a new
Oh,
boy. Creature doesn't know
no.
his
Fluff,
name. What is
no.
he doing here? Creature doesn't know." "This is Harry, Creature," said Hermione tentatively. "Harry Potter." Creature's pale eyes widened, and he muttered faster and more furiously than ever. The mudblood is talking to Creature as though she is my friend. If Creature's mistress saw him in such company, oh, what would she say? Don't call her a mudblood, said Ron and Ginny together very angrily. It doesn't matter, Hermione whispered. He's not in his right mind. He doesn't know what he's... Don't kid yourself, Hermione. He knows exactly what he's saying, said Fred, eyeing Creature with great dislike. Creature was still muttering, his eyes on Harry.
Want to know what else is good? Bagels and waffles. Oh, you mean bagels and waffles, not them as one thing, yes.
Don't we all, Creature, said Fred. What do you want anyway, George?
Fluffy not good with spice? Oh, no. Not good with spice.
Creature is cleaning, he said evasively. A likely story, said a voice behind Harry. Sirius had come back. He was glowering at the elf from the doorway. The noise in the hall had abated. Perhaps Mrs. Weasley and Mundungus had moved their argument down into the kitchen. At the sight of Sirius, Creature flung himself into a ridiculously low bow that flattened his snout-like nose on the floor. Stand up straight, said Sirius impatiently. Now, what are you up to? Creature is cleaning, the elf repeated. Creature lives to serve the noble house of Black. And it's getting blacker every day. It's filthy, said Sirius. Master always liked his little joke, said Creature, bowing again and continuing in an undertone. Master was a nasty, ungrateful swine who broke his mother's heart. My mother didn't have a heart, Creature, snapped Sirius. She kept herself alive out of pure spite. Creature bowed again as he spoke. Whatever Master says, he muttered furiously. Master is not fit to wipe slime from his mother's boots. Oh, my poor mistress. What would she say if she saw Creature serving him? How she hated him. What a disappointment he was. I asked you what you were up to, said Sirius coldly. Every time you show up pretending to be cleaning, you sneak something off to your room so we can't throw it out. Creature would never move anything from its proper place in Master's house, said the elf, then muttered very fast, Mistred would never forgive Creature if the tapestry was thrown out. 7 centuries.
Screen cap. No.
Save it. Creature will not let Master and the blood traitors and the brats destroy it.
No, I'm good with spicy food.
Casting a disdainful look at the opposite wall.
But the pain is after the math. After the math? Oh, man.
Will. Now go away, Creature.
What?
It seemed that Creature did not dare disobey a direct order. Nevertheless, the look he gave Sirius as he shuffled out past him was full of deepest loathing, and he muttered all the way out of the room.
I don't know why I'm so fucking tired. I got enough sleep.
Oh, my poor mistress. What would she say if she saw the house now? Scum living in her. Her treasures thrown out. She swore he was no son of hers, and he's back.
Math is hard. Math is hard.
Keep muttering, and I will be a murderer, said Sirius irritably as he slammed the door shut on the elf. Sirius, he's not right in the head, Hermione pleaded. I don't think he realizes we can hear him. He's been alone too long, said Sirius, taking mad orders from my mother's portrait and talking to himself. But he was always a foul little... If you could just set him free, said Hermione hopefully. Maybe. We can't set him free. He knows too much about the Order, said Sirius curtly. And anyway, the shock would kill him. You suggest to him that he leaves this house? See how he takes it. Sirius walked across the room to where the tapestry Creature had been trying to protect hung the length of the wall. Harry and the others followed. The tapestry looked immensely old. It was faded and looked as though Doxies had gnawed it in places. Nevertheless, the golden thread with which it was embroidered still glinted brightly enough to show them a sprawling family tree dating back as far as Harry could tell to the Middle Ages.
Is what I was using.
Large words at the very top of the tapestry read, "The noble and most ancient house of Black. Toujours peur." You're not on here, said Harry, after scanning the bottom of the tree. I used to be there, said Sirius, pointing at a small, round, charred hole in the tapestry, rather like a cigarette burn. My sweet old mother
I fried my brain doing engineering class. Oh, damn.
Muttering the story.
Well, let's fry your brain this way.
Looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. Have fun.
Medium well, lol. Did I start saving up for the comic thingy? Did you start saving up for a comic thingy? It's a yes, mammy. No. I'm writing, you asshole. I am in the middle of writing, thank you. Maybe 100,000 left. For what? What you getting, Fluff? Nothing. For they give me a name, redeem? Okay. I'll give you a name, sure. I can give you a name. Or do you wanna... Are you going to, for the name something? To be a part of this forever? Good night, Mr. God, and good night, chat. Good night. Demonic, I feel you on that one. Yeah. Night, Demonic. We'll see you when you wake. Tell your special someone that I said hey, and be sweet and stay kind. I'm on the second save for that. I posted me when I get when I see a good booty in the Discord. Oh, okay. Do you want a better screenshot of that? I can give you a better screenshot of it. Hold up. Let's give you a bigger one. That's a cleaner one. There you go. I know none of these characters yet, but that one is adorbs. Oh, she's the main character. Hog, play of the game. Yeah, she's right there. Elma's right there. You see her? She believes in you. You could do top text, bottom text for it. Hey, ask a lad. I was gonna send it to you. What I got so far. Elmer is amazing and awesome and believe in you all. Yeah, Elma. Yeah, Elma does believe in y'all.
Do 2W?
Oh, very sharp. Yeah. See? I got your colors done and everything. And then I've got to fix this. But I can fix it real easy. But yeah, no, it's coming together. We going with the same quilt color as last time or brown? I know my ropes are confusing. Whatever you want, ask. Whatever you want, man. I literally realized. Love the sketches. I literally realized when I was like, oh, I'll show him right now. It's like, oh, yeah, ask. I forgot about it. I forgot about that you changed it. I do want the more traditional color we did last time, if it's not too hard to fix. No, it's not too hard to fix. But for right now, I'm keeping it that way just because I've worked 3 hours on it. And one more stream, I think it'll be done. And I'll get all these sketches done. Everything like that. Yeah, how are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing great, actually. Heaven's son's birthday is tomorrow, and I got his commission done. I got her commission done. Me, some good booty. God damn. I love my followers so much. They're so wonderful. They're so silly. But yeah, how are you? I'm doing good. Now, I regret to inform you, but we're all out of good booty. The commission is great. I love it. We still full in stock of good booba though. I thought we were full stock on everything, but all right, if you say so.
Story under his breath. You ran away from home when I was about 16, said Sirius. I'd had enough. Where did you go? Asked Harry, staring at him. Your dad's place, said Sirius. Your grandparents were really good about it. They sort of adopted me as a second son. Yeah, I camped out at your dad's in the school holidays. And when I was 17, I got a place of my own. My uncle, Alphard, had left me a decent bit of gold. He's been wiped off here too, that's probably why. Anyway, after that, I looked
Booty
after myself.
sells out real fast.
Mr. and Mrs. Potters for Sunday lunch, though. But why did you leave? Sirius smiled bitterly and ran his fingers through his long, unkempt hair. Because I hated the whole lot of them. My parents, with their pure blood mania, convinced that to be black made you practically royal. My idiot brother, soft enough to believe them, that's him. Sirius jabbed a finger at the very bottom of the tree, at the name Regulus Black. A date of birth, some 15 years previously, followed the date of birth. He was younger than me, said Sirius, and a much better son, as I was constantly reminded. But he died, said Harry. Yeah, said Sirius. Stupid idiot. He joined the Death Eaters. You're kidding. Come on, Harry. Haven't you seen enough of this house to tell what kind of wizards my family were? Said Sirius testily. Were your parents Death Eaters as well? No, but believe me, they thought Voldemort had the right idea. They were all for the purification of the wizarding race, getting rid of Muggle-borns and having purebloods in charge. They weren't alone either. There were quite a few people, before Voldemort showed his true colours, who thought he had the right idea about things. They got cold feet when they saw what he was prepared to do to get power, though. But I bet my parents thought Regulus was a right little hero for joining up at first. Was he killed by an aura? Harry asked tentatively. Oh no, said Sirius. No, he was murdered by Voldemort. Or on Voldemort's orders, more likely. I doubt Regulus was ever important enough to be killed by Voldemort in person. From what I found out after he died, he got in so far, then panicked about what he was being asked to do and tried to back out. Well, you don't just hand in your resignation to Voldemort. It's a lifetime of service or death. Lunch, said Mrs. Weasley's voice. She was holding her hat wand high in front of her, balancing a huge tray loaded with sandwiches and cake on its tip. She was very red in the face and still looked angry. The others moved over to her, eager for some food, but Harry remained with Sirius, who had bent closer to the tapestry. I haven't looked at this for years. There's Phineas Nicholas, my great-great-grandfather, see? Least popular headmaster Hogwarts ever had. And Araminta Melliflua, cousin of my mother's.
Imagine if we just named everything good thing.
And dear
AG,
Elidora,
good mug, good toothpaste, good toilet paper, good Coke.
Too old to carry tea
Hi
trays.
again. Hey,
Of course, any time the family
Swordberries.
produced someone halfway decent, they were disowned.
How are
See, Thomas
you?
isn't on here. Maybe that's why Creature won't take orders from her. He's supposed to do whatever anyone in the family asks him. You and Tonks are related? Harry asked, surprised. Oh, yeah. Her mother's, Andromeda. She was my favourite cousin, said Sirius, examining the tapestry carefully. No, Andromeda's not on here either. Look. He pointed to another small round burn mark between two names, Bellatrix and Narcissa. Andromeda's sisters are still here because they made lovely, respectable, pure-blood marriages, but Andromeda married a muggle-born, Ted Tonks, so... Sirius mimed blasting the tapestry with a wand and laughed sourly. Harry, however, did not laugh. He was too busy staring at the names to the right of Andromeda's burn mark. A double line of gold embroidery linked Narcissa Black with Lucius Malfoy, and a single vertical gold line from their names led to the name Draco. You're related to the Malfoys. The pureblood families are all interrelated, said Sirius. If you're only going to let your sons and daughters marry purebloods, your choice is very limited. There are hardly any of us left. Molly and I are cousins by marriage, and Arthur's something like my second cousin once removed, but there's no point looking for them on here. If ever a family was a bunch of blood traitors, it's the Weasleys. But Harry was now looking at the name to the left of Andromeda's burn, Bellatrix Black, which was connected by a double line to Rodolphus Lestrange. Lestrange, Harry said aloud. The name had stirred something in his memory. He knew it from somewhere, but for a moment he couldn't think where, though it gave him an odd, creeping sensation in the pit of his stomach. They're in Azkaban, said Sirius shortly. Harry looked at him curiously. Bellatrix and her husband Rodolphus came in with Barty Crouch Jr., said Sirius, in the same brusque voice. Rodolphus's brother, Rabastan, was with them
Pixel
too.
Sheba.
Then Harry remembered.
A little short-tempered, but I'm alright, just having a day. No, Swordberries!
Could be stored.
It's like Snozzberries. No, Swordberries! How to get good booty 2022 Minecraft Redstone Farm. Hello, Sword.
You never said she was your... Does it matter if she's my cousin? Snapped Sirius. As far as I'm concerned, they're not my family. She's certainly not my family. I haven't seen her since I was your age. Unless you want to count a glimpse of her coming into Azkaban. You think I'm proud of having a relative like her? Sorry, said Harry quickly. I didn't mean... I was just surprised, that's all. It doesn't matter. Don't apologize, Sirius mumbled. He turned away from the tapestry, his hands deep in his pockets. I don't like being back here, he said, staring across the drawing room. I never thought I'd be stuck in this house again. Harry understood completely. He knew how he would feel when he was grown up and thought he was free of the place forever to return and live at number 4 Privet Drive. It's ideal for headquarters, of course, Sirius said.
I'm writing, and it's very difficult for me to pay attention and write. Hi, Heben. Yes, she is a lovely person. I'm partial to steak or something. Ooh, ooh. Man. It's a digital manga, clearly. Is this a webcomic? Oh, it's a graphic novel. I am burnt out AF and a bit of a sore tummy, but I'm managing. Work today was hell. How are you, sweetie? I'm glad that you're okay. Work was work. It was not great. Clearly, Elma doesn't own an air fryer. No, she doesn't. This is a fantasy story. Of course she doesn't own an air fryer. Thank you for coming in. We do appreciate you. Thank you for coming in and being interested. Thank you so much, Midnight Wolfie 344. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being amazing. Elma does not own an air fryer. I want a magic air fryer. We all want a magic air fryer. Well, actually, I don't want a magic air fryer. I just want food in my mouth. I just want food in my mouth, which is very different. Let me turn this down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a bit of food in my mouth. Alchemy jug can maybe work as an air fryer. Alchemy jug as an air fryer? Well, you know. But yeah, I'm just working on my comic. Having too much fun. Pouring them drinks. Alchemy jug might help world hunger. Especially with its mayonnaise. So I'm pretty sure one of the things is it produces mayonnaise. Help, I'm wrapping presents and my sellotape has ran away. No! No! Ugh. You got this, Steven. You're gonna make the birthday the best. What? Why wouldn't his dad do anything for it? Why wouldn't his dad do anything for his birthday? That's like the best time to do things for your son. He keeps making him promises and never doing them. Promise to do the party this year. Hence why I did the bedroom and never did it. Oh damn. Damn, I'm sorry. That sounds like a disappointment from not only you, not only him, but you. Not only from your son being disappointed, but also from you being disappointed as well. That sucks. I'm sorry you're having to go through that. Also, never gave him a present or that, even though he won't see him for 2 weeks and we're away visiting my brothers this weekend for his birthday. Damn. Also, I hope everybody's just chilling out today. Sun used to it happening now, which breaks my heart even more. Well, that's why I didn't break my promise. High vibing, good. I didn't break my promise. I told you I'd get you a drawing. I got you a gosh dang drawing. That's what you gotta put your money where your mouth is, or whatever it's called. Put your money somewhere. Yeah, poor kid. I know, that's why you're one of the good beans. Well, also, Simon was gonna do something for you, didn't he? The saying is correct. Hopefully you guys can make it better. Yeah. Hell yeah, that's so sweet of us. It's because you're so amazing that we would do it. We wouldn't do it just for any old rando. Wouldn't do it just for any old person. I mean, I would do it for some of the people here. Let's see, who would I give free art to? Maybe some, but not all. Probably all. Knowing me, I'd probably be like, oh, it's your birthday tomorrow? Okay, I'll draw you something. How much was it? How much was it, Galactic B? You're too kind to me, God. No, I am just kind enough. How much was it? Was it as much as mine? Do I need to up my prices? $450. What is that in regular US dollars? That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. Yeah, maybe I need to bump up my prices. Galactic B, do I need to up my prices? I meant dollars. Fair enough. Hmm. Do I need to pump up mine? I'm a little sleepy.
Everybody get up, it's time to slam now. We got the real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam.
10.5 bodies and hen as a chicken. Okay. 10 fully illustrated characters? Okay. I would definitely still at $10, 10 to 15 to your prices if you keep doing the quality you do. Of course I'll do them at that quality. Come on, you know me. Of course I'm gonna do it at that quality. Fucking ask Lannis to fight me and doing them at a lower quality. He has to literally be like, come on, no, you got a lot of work to do. No. I'm like, but I can do it. I can line all of them. No. You're good. He has to fight me at it, and I'm like, okay, alright. I can line them, I can do all that. No. It's too much work. Okay. If you say so. But I always want to give quality in my pictures. I want to make it look good for everybody. I want everybody to enjoy what they see. I want when people, you know, come to my streams and stuff like that, I want them to really enjoy it. Yes. I want people to enjoy themselves.
You can have your prescriptions brought to your door with one.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I know everybody, though. I know that you're really jealous of me petting my rabbit's ears. I get to pet his ears. That's right, Kirk. I'm petting your ears.
This kitchen is so hard to clean. If only there was an easier way.
Hi, I'm Derek Bum. Say goodbye to daily stains and dirty surfaces with new kitchen gun. New kitchen gun. Sparkles like new. All clean again. Sparkles like new. I love you, kitchen gun. Just 3 shots from kitchen gun. Say goodbye. All clean again. Sparkles like new. This sink is filthy, but just 3 shots from kitchen gun. And it sparkles like new. Look how it cleans this greasy hob. Goodbye, dirt. Grubby tiles. I love you, kitchen gun.
This kitchen is so hard to clean. If only there was an easier way.
Don't make me get my rabbit. And I got this old man bunny. He's sitting right next to me while I stream. He's just laying right next to me, letting me pet him. So he gets old. He is sad that he doesn't have any pickle chips, but I just forgot to get him some.
And I'm declaring war on toilets with new toilet grenade. Just pull the pin, pop it in the bowl, put the lid down, and that toilet grenade do the rest. Toilet grenade. Bang! New toilet grenade. Sparkles like new. All clean again. Sparkles like new. I love you, toilet grenade. Just 3 shots from toilet grenade. Say goodbye. All clean again. Sparkles like new. New kitchen gun. Sparkles like new. All clean again. Sparkles like new. I love you, kitchen gun. Just 3 shots from kitchen gun. Say goodbye. All clean again. Sparkles like new. Sparkles like new.
I'm back. Guy disconnected from chat. No. What are we listening to? Oh, we're just listening to random music now. Cause I'm trying to write and I'm best tunes ever. No, mostly meme music. No, I'm just trying to write and I can't think while I'm listening to a book. I can't really think. It's like when I talk to people, I'm real bad at it. Like if I'm thinking of more than one thing, it's very difficult for me to actually concentrate. Love making music. Writing is hard when there are others talking in the background. I write rubbish when I'm at work, and that happens. Oh, yeah. I can believe that. I can believe that. I mean, you're pretty awesome. Gotta put it like that. So that, yeah. Furthermore, hopefully you guys are getting a bit of the story. Yeah. Hugs. I like the dumpy. What the fuck is that emote? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're doing well, Ask Lab. Thank you for coming in. I hope you and Pixel are doing good tonight. Get some rest. And also Galactic Beat, thank you for coming in. I know that it's difficult being being galactic, but thank you for coming in. I really do appreciate it. Tummy is killing me. No! Well, hopefully this is making you feel a little bit better. Just think of the samurai. Samurai Jack. Watch out. I am everywhere at once. I am galactic. Gotcha. Hug. Give a hug. Give a hug. Ugh. Tomorrow I have off. Hooray! I have off tomorrow. Yay. Yay. I know everybody's... I know everybody is very much like, oh, that's good. I'm just like, oh, God. Just feels like the days have been past me so fast. Just feels like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Just feels like whenever I close my eyes, I just wake up in the next morning. I just feel like it just passes me by so quickly, and I'm like, I want to do a comic book. It's like, ah, cool. Man, it's taking so long to get here. But you can't think of that. You can't think of like how long it's taken you. You just got to keep making it. You just got to keep doing it. Yeah, boy. Rome wasn't built in a day. You know, I wonder if Rome was trying to be like, yeah, see, we were built in a day. The historians were wrong. We are that good. Rome wasn't built in a day. Doctors don't want you to know this one simple trick that'll get you Rome in a day. Architects don't want you to know this one simple trick. Let's see, how does he talk? My lady. Yes. My lady, perhaps you should try a different approach. That's a big my lady. Perhaps. My lady, yes. He speaks in that manner. Maybe you should try a different approach. Perhaps. Mayhaps. Regular approach, spelled wrong. Oh, okay. A porch? Ah, it is. It is spelled wrong. It is spelled wrong. I was like, where did you spell it wrong? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Oh, okay. Askeladd didn't spell it wrong. I spelled it wrong. Ah. Perhaps you should try a different approach. A less direct one may be appropriate. My first meme mode is going to be the be a word or a hard one, lol. Words are hard. Oh yeah, words are hard would be a great emote. Would it be your character just going live spell checkers? Live spell checkers all over the place. They're everywhere. They're in the walls. And then what's it? What's the name of that game?
Welcome to the inaugural episode of Ross's Game Dungeon. I'm Ross. So what is this show? Well, the first thing I should get out of the way is the Game Dungeon is not a game-themed S&M show. So if that's what you're expecting, I'm sorry, but this isn't what you're looking for. At least not this episode.
Oh. Get out of here. Oh no! Going to Lyric family here, they don't understand streaming well. I get you. It's all good. Mayhap, so you should try a different approach. Hello, Steady! Mayhaps you should try a different approach. Hey. Oh, it's going all right. I'm just in the middle of doing this. Just kind of all over the place with music. I was trying to get this page close to done. This is from a game called Quadralian. If people wanted to know what the fuck I'm listening to. And you're like, what? Is that how you spell appropriate? Am I spelling it right? Yes'm. Okay, good. So. There we go. Ah. Hmm. I just wish I wasn't so goddamn tired. God damn. Every single time. Alright. Wow. That's great. Love that it crashed. It's fucking beautiful. I didn't lose much. Did I? Hopefully I didn't lose much. Yeah, I didn't lose much. Yeah. Yep, it crashed. Which tells me exactly what I need to know. Tells me exactly what I need to know, which is it crashed, I need to sleep. I'm already not feeling right now, and I just need to go. It didn't. Okay. In all honesty, it didn't get rid of anything. In all honesty, I could finish up all the bubbles and get that the most unfun part about it. And then I can do all the sound effects. Clink, clink. Clap. Did I just hear the goat needs slap? He does. I do need rest. So who are we gonna raid then? Who are we gonna raid, guys? Who are we gonna raid, Shadow Legends? Help us out. This. Peoples. Let's see. Let's see. I'm sorry that I'm so tired, guys. Let's see. Let's see. We got a few people that I could raid. You want us to raid any specific people, guys? Okay. Mr. Mao? Yeah, we can raid Mr. Mao. Sure. I don't mind Mr. Mao. I know them. Escalade. I'll take whatever I can get first. I don't care. I'm agnostic at this point. Have a great rest. I'll try. Thank you for being here, guys. Thank you guys for being so sweet. I'll be working on the next fucking page after this. After I get all the fucking sound effects and shit, and also do a little bit of lighting and stuff like that. Just itty bitty stuff that only I notice, because I'm weirdo. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you guys for being amazing. Thank you guys for so much for being beautiful. Thank you guys for being so stupendous. I know it's so easy for you guys. I just still thank you for it. Because without you guys, it wouldn't be as special. I must say, it wouldn't be as special. No, thank you for the stream. No. What about there? No. Thank you. Have an amazing one, guys. I'll see you later. Night. Bye-bye.